Good morning and welcome to Zwartkops International World of Motoring, ladies and gentlemen. It's a magnificent day here, a little overcast, some cool conditions. We're expecting possibilities of a little bit of rain later, but nothing wrong with the way to start out the regional round one of the Extreme Festival 2023. SA Gazoo Racing GR Cup, PABAR Volkswagen Challenge, SuperHatch, Car Care Clinic 111, GD Sports and Saloons, the DOE Formula Vee partnered by CIM Lubri Fuel, and the South African Formula M, including Monoposto and Formula Libre, will be in the house here today, along with SuperHatch, and we're looking forward to some fantastic race action. The first part of the race action we're going to be covering today on our live stream comes from PABAR Volkswagen Challenge, and its classes A and C. And yesterday, Dave Peterson was at the circuit to catch up with a couple of the drivers.
Next up on the program, possibly the race of the day, the PABAR VW Challenge. Classes A, B, and C. A lot of cars have to split up the categories, and moving up to Class B, as Luigi Mussolini, you've come up to Class B from Class C. Just tell us about the move up into the other car.
So the move from C to B has been it's a fun and exciting one. There's a lot more power in the motor compared to Class C. It's a much bigger grid and it's a lot tighter. So it's going to be fun and interesting, you know.
I wish you all the very best with that. And Mr. Walker, tell us about you moving up to Class B as well. Different driving technique for you?
Yeah, so obviously a little bit more power. You're able to square the corners off now. Before we had to carry every ounce of speed we possibly could with a little bit of horsepower. But yeah, a lot of fun, a lot more competitors around us.
Did you move up because Ian moved up as well? Is this a thing going on here?
It was kind of an agreement.
Okay, and then in Class A, Rory Atkinson, obviously the HIT car. Rory, just tell us about squaring off the corners. People who watch this type of racing, they don't realise there's different techniques for these cars in different categories.
Yes, Dave, so obviously the Class A car being the more powerful, you do a bit more of a sharp stop and turn and point and squirt technique, where the Bs, they're a bit more smoother in their style, and they obviously have an 8-valve engine, so their torque curve is a bit better than ours, so they carry a lot more speed. And then Class C being the least powerful in the 1600 motor, they carry a lot of corner speed and try and just hang on for dear life and keep it pinned.
Rory, your plans for the race? Get out front and go?
As always, Dave, get the pink car in front and keep it there.
Good luck, guys. Put on a great show. I know it will be a good show. We'll be looking after you.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave. Ciao.
There it is, Zwartkops International World of Motoring. And just at the top left-hand side of that shot, we saw the Universal Motorsport Racing Stable. Alongside that is AMG Racing Academy, and of course the Driving Academy run there by Clint Weston and his team. And on track, PABAR Volkswagen Challenge classes A and C. Expecting a big battle amongst the usual contenders in this category, because they are up for the challenge right from the word go, as always in this category. Including Wayne Masters, who's put it on pole position for the first time this season, and the first race of the season. Getting that first blood is always an important factor, particularly when you've got the reigning champion alongside you with Rory Atkinson in the BHIT car on second position and second row of the grid. Evan Masters and Voldy Mikey's will make up the third row of the grid. And remember, the last time we came to Zwartkops, Voldy Mikey had a massive moment on the back straight heading into turn 4. Derek Smallberger and Chris Dowell make up positions 5 and 6 for Class A. And then it is Mdi Mfana. And Mdi Mfana having a fantastic run in Class A now, alongside Luigi Ferro. And Dean Ross will be, of course, piloting the Norbrake car. Not his dad, Gavin, this time out. He got that wrong slightly the last time, and that was due to the fact that they still had Gavin on the side of the car. But Dean Ross will be alongside Dioval Taron, and then Mike Barbaglia and Nicole Lombard will be alongside each other for 11 and 12. Miguel Diaz, the last of the Class A competitors, is down there in 13th place. Then there's a small break in proceedings with a couple of positions on the grid left open for Yotti Nosius and Bjorn Bertelt to be on the front row for Class C. Then you've got Philip Cruiser and Stelio Nosius there, and then of course it's Dino Smith and Michael Zafiro alongside each other there for the third row. Charles Anderson and Dimitri Zafiro will make up the last positions on Class C's grid. 21 cars in total, about to go to battle for the first time today here at Zwartkops, the first round of the Regional Extreme Festival. Massive thanks to our guys from Link Online to help connect us to the world, and of course it's all courtesy of Two Wheels TV and up to 60 seconds. Our live stream action coming your way now. We are having a little bit of difficulty here with our timing, guys. They are battling to try and give us some internet, so we're going to try and give you the best we can in terms of the live timing. But if you do want the live timing, don't forget you can pick it up on Speed Hive, and it'll give you a little bit of indication as to what the speeds and times of these cars are around the circuit as we get ready to go now for this first heat of race action. Standing by, we have got red flag at the front still, just waiting for the grid to be sorted completely at the back. And these guys will be starting together. It's not the standard option, 10 or 15 second gap break between them. And the reason why we don't have Class B there is that it would have exceeded the official amount of cars allowed on track. There's a massive field of Class B. Is going to be in action a bit later on here today at this first round of Extreme Festival. Brendan Kelly's just joined us all the way from a nice wet PE. Well, it's almost nice and wet here as well. Brendan, we're hoping it's going to stay dry as the lights go on for PABAR Volkswagen Challenge to get away. It's Wayne Masters trying to get the whole shot on Rory Atkinson as they head down towards turn 1 to complete this first part, and it's Atkinson who's actually outgunned him. Now, a number of times we've seen in the past here that inside line actually the better one to be on, but the outside line for Babagli is a bad one. He's out of shape, left, right, catches it, he's in the kitty litter, and he's just stopped. Very lucky to be avoided by a couple of cars from behind him, but Mike B got it completely out of shape there, coming out of turn 1, and he's ended up there in the PABAR car, as you can see, in the kitty. He might have beached that car, so there could be a possibility of a safety car being deployed. We'll keep an eye for that as they head into this first part of the day's proceedings. But what a start to this one. It is Rory Atkinson who leads things out as they head up towards turn 4. Right on his tail are the two Masters boys, Bevan and Wayne. Wayne leading out Bevan at this stage. And you can see the rest of that pack. Christelle looking for a way past, looking for an early start to get to the front end as they come up under braking now towards turn 5. It's Atkinson from Masters. Masters from Valdimankis. A little bit out of shape there from Dale. He also goes off track slightly, opens up the door. And that's going to allow, it looks like Derek Smallberger and Liam Farner to come through. Luigi Ferro coming through there nicely as well. Looking for Class C now at the front end of Class C. Looks like it is the number C8 car of Philip Cruiser, who's in the mix. Not quite up to the first spot on Class C, but he's definitely in the mix there and looking for a top 3 just behind Berthold and behind Nosius. Yachty with a really good start. You can see some new livery on the side of those cars as well. And it looks like, yeah, safety car board is out there, yellow flags waving frantically. Everybody's going to just slow it down. That's the reason why the A13 car there of Mike Babaglia just getting a little bit out of shape on that first entry into turn 1. And he eventually ended up getting it left and right twice before he buried the car and put it into the kitty. He's beached it, unfortunately. So if they can just help him get out of that. There you go, there's the replay. That's the second part of the replay as he beaches it there. But there was a little bit earlier on we actually saw the car get left and right twice before he was able to bring it to a stop. Fortunately, he was able to bring it to a stop. If he'd come across the circuit at that point, he would have been in harm's way from Class C's point of view. That is for sure. So, looks like Romeo 1 going to be heading out there. Once again, our Marshal is going to be brought to work early on in the day's proceedings. Try and help Mike out of the kitty litter. Once he's out, I don't think there's any damage to the car, so he should be able to resume his position at the back of the pack. But the back of the pack and a lap down means he's got some work to do. This pack comes streaming through there. As you can see, a couple of cars in the mix. Great to see Nicole Lombard coming up into this category, and for the first time out in amongst these usual contenders. Dimitri Zafirios as well, first time there for him. Hasn't quite got the rookie tape on there. He was in a couple of races last year, but of course now a full season for both the Zafirio brothers, Michael and Dimitri. They'll be following suit there with Yachty and with Stilio. Great to see this as well. Oh, the tow roper looks like it might have snapped off there on the Romeo 1, but Mike B has got going again. There he goes. So he'll have some time now to get to the back of the pack, but look at all the kitty litter coming out of that car as he comes under braking and then turns left, turns right to try and get rid of it. Stones flying, which means it's going to be a little bit slippery into turn 2. Might have to put a bit of change of surface up there and put that change of surface flag on. Good possibility that we still got one more lap under safety car here. And 2886, of course, has done numerous, probably more laps around this track than most cars have done around this circuit. And great to see that Pretoria Note continues its long-standing relationship here with the world of motorsport here at Zwartkops. Yeah, definitely another lap under safety car conditions. So So that is Rory Atkinson, Wayne Masters, Bevan Masters, Baldy Mikey's, and Dean Farner, Neil Volteron, Dean Ross, and Christel. So far, so good for my time. That's how they'll be heading down into turn 2. They'll also get an idea of how slippery turn 2 is now as they come through there. Not quite on the racing line through turn 2, but they'll get an idea that there are a couple of slopes. It actually might clean up that turn 2 there with a few of cars going through you at this stage to have a look and see how much debris was actually brought onto the track. What might be going in. Here he comes. He's absolutely rolling around. So it doesn't look like there's any problems on that car. In fact, it just went a little bit hayward coming out of turn number 1 on that first time of asking. He will take up his position at the back of the pack. You have to fight through those Class C competitors. It looks like he's already gone to the back of them. Bjorn Berthold looking for a chance to maybe debut his car's victory in Class C. He'll have to beat out Yotti and Stelios if that's the case. Looks like the two are getting away and Roy's holding them up, so the lights must be out on that 86. These guys are got and girl had to go to battle again as they get ready to go now. Here we go. Torino Toyota 86 moves off the official pace car here for Zwartkops. Moving off track. Getting ready to go now for race action here at Zwartkops. Rory going to try and lead them across the line and hang on to the front end of that field if he can. We've got 7 laps to go. The 10 lapper, so they completed 3. 2 were under safety car. And heading down into turn 1. Everybody seems to have got through there quite nicely. Dean Ross tucked onto the back end of Neil Volteron. Ron late braking into turn 2, trying to hang on to that little advantage he's got over Dean. Behind that, they're lining up. Seems to keeping an eye out on that Class C battle. Lucios fighting hard there, both the Lucios boys. They're on the back end there of Ferro. So Luigi Ferro, last of the Class A competitors, have got both the Lucios boys on his tail, looking for a way through there on the Class A competitor. Here they come. Class C into turn 4. That's them, 1, 2, and 3. Great move there as well from Nicole Lombard. It's first time out for her in this category, so a nice little run to be in amongst the back end of Class A and in amongst the Class C competitors at the front end. So far from PABAR Volkswagen Challenge category competitors. Inside line, what a good move. Perfectly done there from the 23 car of Stelio Nusios. Just taking up one more position, possibly taking the lead there of Class C as Class A complete another lap with the BHIT car of Rory Atkinson out in front of Bevan Masters, who just set the fastest lap in third. He's in third place, closing on his brother Wayne. Not quite able to get past him just yet. Baldy Mikey's lost a little bit of ground there to the first 3, but he's got a little bit of ground ahead of Neil Volteron, Dean Ross, and Derek Smallberger. Chris Dale also looking to try and close that gap down slightly there, as you can see, as they come onto that back straight away. Here's a big move. Masters looking at Atkinson, had a big look into turn 4. Atkinson just carried the corner speed through 4 and hangs on to the front end. Runs a bit wide though. In fact, all 3 of them running wide, trying to carry as much corner speed in those polos as possible. Coming under braking for turn 5, up towards AMG Driving Academy, and inside line being sought there by Wayne Masters. Masters has a look. Another big look into turn 6. Into Kenwood corner, almost squeezed out Atkinson, but Atkinson saw him coming. Wily characters in this category are these 3. They certainly know exactly where to place these cars to stay in the front if they need to. That's exactly what Atkinson is doing right now. So Rory Atkinson trying to hang on for a possible win here as they get to the halfway stage. 5 done and 5 to go. That's where we stand right now. Class C looking good as well. At the front end, it is all about Yotti Nusios, Stelio Nusios, and a little bit of Bjorn Berthold in there as well. Seems to have lost a little bit of ground though. Hanging on for now. Stelio trying to close down on him. Great battle for Class C. Oh, even better for Class A. Side by side on the back straightaway. This is what we love to see. A4, A1 all going at it, and A9 tucked in the mix as well. 3x3 usually ends up in tears at this position, gentlemen. Here we go. Who's going to have what it takes on the brakes? Bevan's late. He's the latest of the breakers there, but Wayne hangs on, gets a little tag from the back end there. And Rory had a big look, but here comes Wayne, and now Bevan dives through as well. Wayne Masters hits the front, Bevan Masters into second, Atkinson down to third. That's a big change up there between those first three. The man in second's moved to the lead, the man in the lead has moved to third, and the man in third has moved to second. That's how we play around here, and that's how we mix it up. CPS Warehouse car now into second place, with Bevan Masters at the wheel, trying to close down on his brother Wayne in the Performance Masters Polo. Behind that, really race leader. 5 laps, and now it's lost out to the Masters boys. So it's been absolutely untouchable for a long, long time, but now seems to be having a little bit of a run for his money here with the Masters boys. Watching in the background as well from Main Squeeze. Baldy Mankey's going to try and close that gap down if he can. Not going to be easy to do, but he's certainly going to try hard, that is for sure, to close that gap down on the 2 Masters boys and on Atkinson. So, also looks like we've just lost power here, so Thomas just jumped in and given us a bit of gremlins. Welcome to live streaming with load shedding. We'll give you pictures as soon as we got them again. There we go. Pictures are back. Generator kicks in. You can have it. I think Paul must chat to his friend Simon Thiessen. Get a full-time non-stop generator for us there, Paulie. Next time we're down in that region of the world, I think we need to chat to Simon and make a plan. Right, so it is classes A and C combined here for PABAR Volkswagen Challenge. Mike Barbaglia trying to make a move on the inside of Nicole Lombard and sends Lombard onto the dirt. Welcome to Volkswagen Challenge, Nicole. Nice one, Mikey B. Not gentlemanly of you there at all, was that? But I suppose that's racing. If you're out there, it's every man and every lady for themselves. It's kind of the black stuff when you're coming from the back of the pack. With a bit of ground to make up there. But the PSA Polo still hangs on. Right, so this is for second and third place now, and it looks like second place has changed into the hands once again of Rory Atkinson. He's got through on Bevan Masters. Masters going to try and return the favour on him by the time they get towards turn 4. This is Wayne Masters leading out. That's the lead he's got over second place in the BHIT Bulk Logistics Pink Polo. A1 on that car is our reigning champion overall and Class A champion from 2022. Rory Atkinson with Bevan Masters on his tail. Bevan looking to turn 5. Not close enough to try and make that one stick though. He's definitely putting some pressure on, that is for sure. As well, as you can see. Slowly but surely we're seeing some maneuvers into the Class C battle, and it's great battles that are raging here in the front end. Miguel Diaz, he's in Class A, but you've got, of course, the battle there between the Nusios boys. Dino Smith in there as well. Smallberger crosses the line. They got a lap to go for Class A. On to the final lap now. Last lap for Class A as they head into turn 2. How's that late braking in a long way into turn 2 before they turn down the hill there from Atkinson and from Masters, using the same line between those two competitors as they came into the mix there. So onto that back straight away for the last time. Wayne Masters looks like he might be sealing the deal here for the first win of the season. Keep an eye on his progress as he heads up towards that turn 5 corner. Watch out for Bevan late on the brakes there to see if he can get past on Rory Atkinson. Not close enough though, that's for sure. He's going to look, but he's not going to be able to get through there. That is not the way you want to be doing it. Bevan Masters looking for a chance now, but he can't find it there on Atkinson. Atkinson just blocking every opportunity that Bevan looks for. Heading to the checkered flag now, onto the final corner. Wayne Masters is going to seal this one. He's got it. Masters in the Performance Masters Polo, going to take the first victory of 2023 for Class A in PABAR Volkswagen Challenge. Second place goes to Atkinson, third to Bevan Masters. Main Squeeze comes through for fourth. Further back, you can see this is Dean Ross. Has he been able to get through? He has. He's found a way through there on Dale, right in the closing stages. So the Battle of the D's was a good one all the way through. When you see Class C heading down there, we should have looked at in the 57. 57 Polo heading down there is Yoti Nosios hanging on for the lead. Checkered flag flag out there for Mike Baglia. He comes through. Nice return to the front end there for Mike B. Yotinosios crossing the line there for first place. He's got it. He wins Class C. There it is. Great job there in the WeFix Cars machine. Takes the victory. Namesake, Stelionosios coming through for second, and Bjorn Bertolt, nice run there from him to take third place in Class C for the first time out for 2023 in PABAR Volkswagen Challenge. So that'll wrap up Classes A and C for the Volkswagen Challenge. Remember, we've got Class B coming up just after this. It's a bit of a break in the proceedings here between the two Volkswagen Challenge races, and it comes in the form of the SA Gazoo Racing GR Cup. Wayne Masters, Rory Atkinson, Bevan Masters, your top three in Class A, BT involving Mikey Smallberger, Dean Ross, Christel, Dean Farner, Nicole Lombard. Then in 10th place, it's first in the Class C, is Yotinosios, beating out Stelionosios. And it's going to be a Bertolt who comes through there, beating both Philip Cruiser and Michael Zafira. Charles Anderson making up the top 15 in total there for Classes A and C in PABAR Volkswagen Challenge. Up next, as I said, it's SA Gazoo Racing GR Cup. They'll be out shortly with some new vehicles. We've got the Yaris's from last year being accompanied now by a whole fleet of Toyota 86s. We'll get into that in a few moments' time. So as I said, we're moving on to the next part of the day's proceedings. It's the SA Gazoo Racing GR Cup, and there are now Toyota 86s involved in this one. We're going to catch up with a couple of the new drivers in those Toyota 86s coming from our media team. Let's go and find out exactly what this new part of Gazoo Racing Cup is all about.
So next up is the GR86 Cup, which is brand new to South Africa, from what I can gather. And you guys, I've watched you out there in practice, going pretty well. They look really nice out there. Ruben, your car, same as all the others, I presume. Just tell us all about that.
Yeah, so the race car is based on the new GR86 that was launched late last year. And yeah, all the cars exactly the same, minimal modifications, and really a proper one-make series.
And they look pretty good out there. Chad, what do they like to drive?
The regular road-going GR86 is a very exciting car, and it really does hark back to the history of the Corolla 86, which was very popular in the 80s and still has a cult-like following in terms of racing. And this is just a continuation of that. It's a little bit quicker, a little bit tighter, and the way that these ones have been modified just dials it up to 11.
It's fantastic to see them out there. Brendan, are you enjoying it?
It is good. I'm really enjoying
it.
Of course, but the new brakes. So the first few outings we didn't have the uprated power brakes in it yet. That was a bit scary. New brakes, they've added a small amount of camber now. So now we're really getting into the business end of the times to see what's what.
Chad, if you could just explain, I was watching a bit of practice, and for our viewers out there, when you approach the corner, you jump on the brakes. I see lights flashing and all sorts of things. Tell us a bit about that.
Some of the standard safety systems in the car are still in effect. So we do run things like ABS, and that is just a warning that ABS has actually engaged. So if you see the emergency flashes or the hazards go on, it means we're right on the ragged edge of what is possible on those brakes and those
I
tires.
tell you, I saw Rubens, he's on the whole time. I mean, I don't know, he was taking one foot off or other off.
Yeah, I mean the times are so close. We're really trying to get everything out of these cars, and it's a car that you need to be smooth and carry momentum on to drive it fast.
Well, good luck, guys. Go out there, give it hell. I'm sure you're going to enjoy it.
Thank
you very much.
Really awesome little concept there with the 86s now joining the Gazoo Racing Cup stable. And media support, of course, has been incredible over 2022 and now into 2023 with a couple of new media men involved in that, as you can see there with Ruben, Chad and Brendan having a quick chat. We managed to catch up with a couple of the youngsters that are going to be piloting in the Yaris category as well, all part and parcel of Gazoo Racing Cup for 2023.
Next out on track, the GR Yaris Cup, all evenly matched. We've seen them around a little bit. They're spectacular out there. And guys, you look like you're having fun. Ryan, Micah, you're out there having fun, but also, I presume, learning a bit about racing?
Yeah, I mean, I started karting last year actually, so it's been quite fast progression, but Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun out there. The cars are really nice to drive.
And Toyota are doing this sort of thing. They're getting involved, bringing people from karting onto big tracks.
Yeah, Leroy Porter really helped with bringing me into the Yaris Cup because I was in his team in karting, so
Yes.
it really helped.
Tariq, just tell us, what do they like to drive, these cars, compared to, say, a kart, for instance?
Well, I have no experience with karts, so this is my first time in any sort of racing in real life. I actually come from the sim racing background. So I did a sim racing competition with Genesis Sim to Real, and I won that competition and got selected to do this Yaris Cup.
Sure, a bit different in real life, I suppose.
Completely different, yeah.
And how's it been going?
Yeah, it's super fun. It's a big learning curve for me, but I'm getting there, so I'm happy with that.
Oh, good luck to you then. Gary Hill, obviously first time out in these cars as well. Just tell us how it's going for you.
It's okay. It's just a huge different transfer from Polo Cup to a GR Cup. It's completely different cars. So I'm trying to change my driving style a bit to suit this car more.
So what do you think it is? Better on the brakes, more acceleration, that type of thing?
It's like a bit slower in a way. Like in the Polo Cup, I have to be a little bit fast with everything, and this is more like relaxed, but it's still quite hectic.
More like road based.
Yeah.
Well, guys, we wish you all of the luck. We know this is a great series, and I'm sure you're going to represent it well. Give it a hell out there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Over to you, Greg.
Thanks, Dave. There you can see them waiting to go and ready to rock and roll. In fact, it's going to be awesome to see. Just a bit of a heads up, as you can see, there are two different cars, and if you followed Gazoo Racing Cup last year, it was the Yaris four-wheel drive that was the main feature of this category. A 3-cylinder, 1.6 turbo, 200 kilowatts on that car with, of course, as I said, four-wheel drive and paddle shift. And now joining that are the 86 rear-wheel drive, 4-cylinder, 2.4, not naturally aspirated cars, of course. And they all run an auto box with the paddle shift as well. So it's basically an automatic box that they're running on that. And they run at 180 kilowatts. So it's slightly different and slightly less amount of power available to the boys that are going to be piloting all of the action out there, of course, in the 86s, which is why you see the sort of Yaris League cars with the junior drivers slightly quicker. Take nothing away from, as you heard there, Tariq Adam, first time out for him, coming out of the sim racing world. It's nice to see that little link is starting to come into play as well. Opportunities being given by Gazoo Racing. I know Bucket List Racing are involved in this as well in terms of what they've been trying to do to bring youngsters through. But awesome to see that there's opportunities being given to our drivers too. And looking at the way things turned out in qualifying this morning, Nicky Vastanis was quickest in the Yaris League, just ahead of Cara Hill and Sawad Variawa. And then Chris Pretorius headed out Ryan Nika, and then it's Tariq Adam. That's, of course, how the league cars will be starting. Then a couple of positions back from that will be that man in the Times Live car there. Yes, Thomas Faulkner is back into an 86 this year. He was in one of the Yaris's last year, and he's going to be up there with Sechaba Mashigo, Brendan Staniforth, Chad Luckoff, of course, and Mark Jones, with Ruben Finico bringing up the tail end of the field there. And each of them will be representing their brands, of course, of the current media and motorsport media involved in motorsport all around the country. So nice little mix-up of cars here, all-wheel drives and rear-wheel drives, and led out, of course, by the stock standard version of that 86. In terms of the standard that the 86s are running in this category, they've had, as you heard there from Brendan, an upgrade on the brakes. They've turned the boost up slightly in terms of the power output of these cars, and they've added that little wing onto the back end of the car, which Fast Development have been around to help out with. So it's, other than that, it's pretty much a stock standard Toyota 86 running, of course, on the 76 double. So the 86 is basically not running on the standard power that you'd be able to get off the showroom floor. They've given them a little bit extra maneuverability there. But it's great to see that they've given them an opportunity to run almost stock standard, like the one in front, in terms of the Pretoria Noord Toyota, who's our official pace car here. So that's how it all looks for the start of 2023 for the SA Gazoo Racing GR Cup. Incorporating, as you said, the Yaris League and now the 86 League. Going to be running. So 12 cars, 6 Yarises, 6 86s, about to go at it for the first time. Led out by Nicky Vastanis and Cara Hill. That's that front row. I'll certainly be looking for an opportunity to entertain us as well as what they did last year with the media drivers that were involved in that category. Absolutely amazing season that the Gazoo GR Cup had in 2022. So the stock version moves off the circuit for Pretoria North Toyota and hands the duties now to Nicky Vastanis and Cara Hill. They all take up their positions. You can see in the background the 86 is starting to take up formation as well. Expecting to possibly see the likes of Thomas Falkner maybe catch the back end of this Yaris League and get into the mix with them. I'm not quite sure with the less 20 kilowatts of power available, he might not be able to get to the front end. Lights are out and they're going racing down into turn 1. That's the Yaris League. Vastanis looks like he might have to hang on to the lead there ahead of Cara Hill. Cara Hill putting the pressure on right from the word go and also getting some pressure of her own from Saad Variawa. Variawa looking on the inside, looks to have really moved up into second place, Hill down to third. So Variawa not holding anything back here to try and get to the front end. Vastanis hangs on for now as they go onto that back straightaway for the first time. Out of 3 onto the back straight come the Yaris League. And already pressure being applied there by Variawa. Chopping and changing in the 86s as well as they come down onto the bottom end of the field and out of turn 2. Turn 2 onto the back straight now. 86 is in full flight. Is the Times Live man out front as expected. 111 Thomas Falkner hanging on. They come through there, you can see the example of exactly what Chad Lockhart was talking about. There is the man himself in the Auto Trader car, showing that the indicator lights will be coming on under braking, and of course showing that the ABS system now comes into play. You'll see it now as they come down on the brakes. Watch them hit the brakes now. There you go. Hazards flashing. Variawa on the inside, looking for a way through there on Vastanis, and looks like he might have taken the lead and has. So completing lap 1 of 10. Variawa now leads up. Inside line as well. Actually looking for a way through. Like Chris Pretorius getting into the mix there as well, looking for a chance to be at the front end right from the word go. I can tell you something. It's Thomas Falkner getting away, but Sechaba Mashigo putting on a super red way through there, and Brennan Stanikel from the Citizen is certainly giving him a run for his money. So they are working hard now as they come out. This is good stuff. Absolutely brilliant. Now this is a good start. Look out for Chris Pretorius. We didn't really speak much about Chris Pretorius. He also came through that development process. They had a couple of competitions running to try and secure the final seats here for Yaris Cup. And for the Yaris League side of things, Pretorius was certainly one of the big runners and looking for opportunities now to be at the front end of this little battle. But right now that is in the hands of Variawa. He's trying to find a way. He has to try and find the jet for third. Ryan Nika not too far behind that. Then Tariq Adam, as I said, first time out for him in a proper all-out race on tarmac as opposed to the ones he would be doing on his screens at home in his race rig from the sim world. Awesome to see how that progress goes here for Tariq Adam. Stepping out of a racing rig and a sim world onto the real racing world here at the International World of Motoring at Zwartkops for the first time. They start to see the background. Somebody ran off wide in the 86. Somebody got a little bit out of shape coming out of turn 8, but managed to get back on track fortunately. Shot right there, a little bit out of shape. I'm not quite sure who it was. I just saw it in the background. Cara Hill still hanging on for second, using the experience she got last year, racing in arguably one of the most competitive categories in the country, the Comcare Polo Cup. And she was in amongst some of SA's finest young talented drivers, and now in amongst them as well here in Yaris League. So Hill fighting hard here with Variawa as they come through. Variawa's not getting away there from Hill. Hill certainly putting on the pressure, that is for sure. Vastanis behind that, but Pretorius is involved. He hasn't been able to close the gap down just yet there on Vastanis. Watching the rearview mirrors there for Ryan Nika, and a bit further back from that, Tariq. Gary Hill hanging on. Oh, passes lap. Passes lap by Gary Hill. That time's around here. Some real good times around the circuit here. His Hill. 86 is also starting to get down into some good lap times as well. Chad Luckov looks like he's had some problems on that car. I think he was the car that ran off. Luckov now dropped right to the back. In fact, oh, out of shape. Someone's got off there completely. That's the 76 car. And that's Ruben van Niekerk. Ruben van Niekerk getting a little bit wrong out of turn 2. Going on to the inside. He'll now drop to the back of the pack behind Chad Luckov. So it's Falconer from Mashigo, staying in 4th, Jones, van Niekerk, and it'll now be Luckov from van Niekerk. Starting to close onto the back end there of Carey Hill now, looking for a chance to get ahead of Saud Variawa. Variawa controlling things from the front. Very evenly matched in this one. 13.9, 14.2, and a 13.9 as well. Make that all 13.9s almost. So Variawa with a 13.945, 13.898 from Carey Hill, and 13.916 there from Vastana. So very evenly matched. Yaris League drivers at the front end. Put that back straight away. You can see in just the background as well. Ryan Naka trying to close the gap down on Chris Pretorius. They're using a bit of race action here between our competitors in this one. Really, really good to see that the first time out these guys and girls have put on a show that was expected. They're getting into the mix here for the first time and just getting to grips with how these cars work in full race conditions. This one here, of course, is the man we've been chatting about, Tariq Adam, stepping out of the sim world and now into the real racing world. Seeing that you can't just hit reboot and start your car again in the likes of the games and simulating games that they would be racing in. Assetto Corsa, probably one of the race games that he would be sort of piloting his wears and tears in. Interesting stuff though from Chad. He's saying that his 86s are running that auto box with the paddle shift, but they're not able to gear down on some of the corners that they'd like to get the performance that they want. So they need to drive around the options they've been given now by the 86s. What they can do, stay in the mix. But he says as soon as you make mistakes, if you do make any mistakes, they can be so crucial, because it's interesting to see how far back they've dropped, both Chad and Ruben, after those small mistakes they've made on track, and those have now been very costly in terms of their ability to stay on track and in the hunt for the 86 league of races. Yaris League top 6 stay the same, no changes there. Variawa, Hill, Vastanis, Pistorius, and then it's Nika and Adam. 23 car coming through there, Mark Jones. Jonesy also having a bit of a tough time changing up from last year's car. Remember, he was in the Yaris last year, along with Thomas Falconer. Those are two of the drivers that have stayed on board with the 86 developments of the series. 7th, Chava Masigo. Running his first time out. Second place, and currently running only a second off the pace on Thomas Falconer. Now, take nothing away from Mashigo. Thomas Falconer is a more seasoned campaigner in terms of his racing experience than Mashigo probably has. Changed up here for the racing action. The Marula man trying to close down here on the ASA Double M machine. As they go through to the closing stages of this one. We've got about 3.5 laps to go for the front end of the field, which are these three cars. Variawa, Hill and Vastanis. Nicky Vastanis, of course, was pole position. Bit of ground now. Okay, just circulating, almost equidistant apart there at the front end of this first battle of Yaris League and 86 League combined. It's interesting to see Thomas Falconer actually qualified 5th overall, and Sechaba Mashiga also qualified in the top 6 of this race. The spread between the cars in qualifying was a 13-4 from Vastanis down to 2-1 from Ruben van Niekerk. So it's about 3-second difference in amongst the drivers that are currently piloting in this one, both the Yaris and 86 leagues respectively. The gap there to Chad Locker from Auto Trader to tell us about the car's handling abilities and how well they are. Yesterday in the rain, he said they were actually getting a little bit out of shape, and they were able to slide them a bit. So putting those Dunlops semi-slicks that they run on to full attack mode. They run in track mode in the 86 car, so it's basically the highest performance available to the cars that come out on the stock standard machines. And that gives you a little bit of traction control. But as I said, I kind of expected this. Tom Live man there. And of course, with a little bit more experience that Thomas Falconer has got, he has been able to get onto the back, and possibly he's going to get past here on our sim racer, Tariq Adam. That could see an 86 up into the top 6 overall in its first time of asking with 2 laps to go. Tariq will keep an eye on that one. He's got slightly more power available to him. Kilowatt machine that the Yaris provides, close to 180 that the 86 provides. But here, of course, it's all about Falconer using his own race experience in numerous formats of racing and forms of racing, including the Cash of the Speed Festival that was here only a couple of weekends ago, when Falconer was piloting his Mustang that unfortunately threw a rod in one of the races he was involved in, and he wasn't able to complete the day's racing, but he certainly has got an ability behind a racing car wheel. Not only on his Mustang, he's got a Lotus 7 that he pilots successfully, the TLR Lotus Challenge as well. See some of them hopefully throughout the season here at Zwartkops. There's lots of race action coming away here at Zwartkops in 2023. Kicking things off today at round 1 of the Extreme Festival. The final lap for the Yaris League of Toyota GR Cup by next start. So Gazoo GR Cup now in full effect here with 6 Toyota Yarises and 6 Toyota 86s, all having their debut in terms of new drivers behind the wheels of those cars, or drivers that have been involved in a series previously that have now stepped into the newer part of the series. And that's both Mark Jones and Thomas Falconer now from the Yaris League into the 86 League. Also chatting to Chad Looker from Auto Trader, he was telling me that they're hoping to see a little bit more performance out of the 180 kilowatt 86s by the time they get down to sea level, which may bring a little bit more of a closer racing between the Yarises and the 86s. But take nothing away from what Toyota are doing here. This is a really, really awesome effort there from the Gazoo Racing division. And not only have we seen their successes in various forms of motorsport all around the country and all around the world, but we're about to see some success now for the first time out for the man who was second in the championship for Global Touring Cars last year, and now first victory for his efforts in the Yaris League of GR Cup. Saad Variawa, Cara Hill and Nicky Vastanos, the top 3. Falconer has got through there on Tariq Adam, so he's made his way up into the top 6. He's going to finish up 5th overall, but first in the 86 League. He's going to beat Tariq Adam to the line. He'll be happy with that, you can see. Not too far behind there will be 2nd place. It's Chaba Mashigo for his first outing. Great effort there from him. He finishes up in 2nd place. Brendan Staniforth has hung on only just in the background to keep out Mark Jones. Or has he? I think, no, Jonesy might have got through there. Jonesy's got through. So Jonesy has got through there on Staniforth, or did he? No, he didn't. No, there you go, confirmation on the timing there. Staniforth just beating Jones to the line. And a nice little effort there from the 2 of them. Right, so just to give you the results that I've got in front of me, unfortunately we can't put it up on screen. Saad Variawa, Cara Hill, Nicky Vastanos, Chris Pistorius, Ryan Nika and Tariq Adam. The top 6 coming through there for, of course, the Yaris League, and then in the 86 League it's Falconer from Ashigo, Staniforth, Jones, Lukoff and Ruben van Niekerk. Rounding off the first outing there for the SA Gazoo Racing GR Cup. And there is the GR Cup building, of course, that is now being taken over by Toyota GR Cup Racing. Great to see some support there from them up at the old Zok Club. Now, of course, Gazoo Racing here at Zwartkops. And up next, we're going to be heading into a small circuit break. No, we're not. We're going straight into PABAR Volkswagen Challenge Class B. Straight back into action now for PABAR Volkswagen Challenge's Class B, making its way onto the circuit for the first time in 2023. Kind of Skip is leading the pack this morning in qualifying. He beat out a development car there from Stuart Mack, running in Class X as opposed to Class B's. He's playing around with a couple of things that team at PABAR Volkswagen Challenge are looking at for development into the future. So a slightly different motor, a couple of different maneuvers on that car. So won't be running as a championship contender, but certainly as a development car in this category. Great to see that initiative being put in from PABAR Volkswagen Challenge's point of view. Stian Kriel and Kirshen Naidu will be, of course, the cars on the second row of the grid, ahead of Bevan Williams and Elna Cruiser, Jacques Hayes and Charisse Piazzamusso. And it's Ross Buck, Ian Walker, as you saw in the interview earlier on. If you haven't seen it, catch it there with Class A and C. Walker stepping up from Class C now into Class B. Of course, he's been at it for a long time with Pierluigi Mussolini in Class C. Both of those drivers have moved up into Class B for 2023. And they're in amongst Ethan Kutsia and looks like Shrin Rigel, of course, having some fun and games there in the Class B field as well. Then we've got, after Shrin Rajpal, we've got Mussolini, Francois Van Sale and Lindsay Kleur, Tanayan Kubi, and Mo Karodia back into the mix as well. Great to see him after a good outing last year with the Universal Motorsport team. He will be piloting his machine alongside Elio Mussolini, and that makes up the 9th row of the grid. 10th row is Andre Needham and Mitch Kutsia, and of course Mike McGregor in the Grange Workwear car ahead of Kasani, and finally Martin De Beer at the back of the pack of 23 cars. So 22 in Class B, 1 Class X competitor out there. That's Stuart Mack. He's on the second position in the grid. I spoke to the Grange Workwear man there, Mike McGregor, saying that he was battling a little bit with the gearbox. They've managed to sort that out down at JRT. And the 2 JRT cars are there in his mix as well. Mitch Kutsia alongside him, Ethan just up ahead of him. And of course those 2 guys putting something pretty special together as well here at Zwartkops with their JRT racing experience. So if you ever wanted to drive a race car, a proper race car, they've got some nice Golf 1s that they've developed into within a couple of seconds of each other, a couple of half seconds of each other. And you can get all of those guys at JRT and chat to them about coming to do a track day here at Zwartkops as part of the JRT racing experience. So that's a nice way to get involved in motorsport. If you ever wanted to get involved, that's the way to maybe look at with a Golf 1. Not a bad car to learn how to race and drive in. So we got the red flag off, got green flags at the back, and we are under starters orders here for Class B's first time out for 2023. Dr. Hannes Skeppers, the dentist from Dainfern, looking to try and outgun Stuart Mack, Stian Kriel and Kirshen Naidu into turn 1. Let's see what's going to happen as those lights go out. Head down towards turn 1 now. There's a good start there from Naidu, who's just tucked in behind, looking for a way to run there with Stuart Mack. Looks like coming along for the ride as well will be Stian Kriel. Stian Kriel is not going to hold anything back yet. He had a tough time the first time he went through turn 1 earlier on in the season. It looks like a bit of a problem there as well for Naidu. Naidu's car has had a misgear or something, and he's dropped right to the back of the pack. Oh, what a pity there for Kirshen Naidu. From the second row of the grid, he's now right at the back of 23 cars. Something definitely went wrong there on Kirshen Naidu's car. It looks like he's got it going again. He's now back into that mid-pack, you can see. And no, it's not. That's the other metallic grey car that was pulling Naidu off. So the KN72 car there, unfortunately, out of the proceedings there into turn 2. Something must have broken on the start. Heading towards turn 5. Here they come. And at this stage in time, Hannes Skeppers hangs on, but Stian Kriel looks like he's the most dangerous man out there at this stage, looking for a way through there on Mack. Running wide, Mack runs onto the onto the rumble strip ever so slightly as well. He's got Elna Cruiser tucked in behind, and then Jacques Hayes. That's the car that I mistook, I should say, Bevan Williams' car. Same colour as Kirshen Naidu's, but Kirshen Naidu, as you just saw, pulling to the sideline and off at turn 2. And he'll probably just park behind that crash barrier until the end of the race. So they complete the first lap of the 10 allocated for this heat. And there's a move on the inside. Dropping back was Stian Kriel. Moving up was Elna Cruiser. Mid-pack, it's a 71 machine there. You can see Lindsay Kleur starting. Oh, it's getting real into turn 2. A little bit of touching, a little bit of rubbing is racing. That's what it's all about as they come out of turn 2. And it's, Stian Kriel in the mix there. Kriel seems to have a bit of an ailing car there. He's just trying to nurse it around and try and stay out of harm's way. But he just got in somebody's way there big time as they came out of turn 2. So first car out there, you can see the top 2 getting away. Cruises now into third place. Fourth place it is Theon Krill, but he's having to fend off everybody with a slightly ailing car. Williams now making up a little bit of ground, looking to close down on Rajpal. Just behind him, Needham and Mussolini. Pierluigi. Oh, welcome to action at turn 5. The hot 1027 car there of Charisse Piazzamusso, giving a little tag onto the back end there of Krill. In fact, it was Walker there that they came together with very similar colours there. What a manoeuvre there from Walker. Cycles United man getting out of the way and getting unceremoniously tagged at the back end there by Charisse. Charisse Piazzamusso not holding back here for hot 1027. She gets into the mix here for her 2023 campaign. Oh, this is what it's all about. Dubcore car going through there as well. Super start out of that machine as they come up under braking. Francois Van Zyl looking to dive on the inside. Can he find a way through? Yes, he can. He forces his way through there. Oh, that's the way we like to see it. Lindsay Kleur didn't like that too much. But Bevan Williams is going to try and come along for the ride. Now tucked in there big time there with the battles that are raging. And it's all about the action in that mid-pack. Lead car starting to open up ever so slightly there. Jacques Hayes coming through there just ahead there, of course, of the 77 of Ian Walker. Ethan Kinsia into the mix now as well. Just saw that. So it's JRT's Ethan Kinsia having some fun and games. Francois Van Zyl, Bevan Williams side by side. Rajpal coming along. Here comes Mussolini around Needham. Needham's got some problems. Andre Needham just falling by the wayside there slightly. Might work out there from Eden up the hill, but let's see if he's able to get back at him. Here we go, up towards turn 5, a little bit of more chopping. Needham's got some problems. Needham slowing as Mike McGregor goes flying past in the Grange Workwear car. He's currently battling, I think he's only got 2nd and 4th gear, so battling with the gearbox issue there was the man from Grange Workwear, but take nothing away, he's still out there doing the best he can. Robbie Cassani's in his little battle. Williams dives through, finds a way past. Not too shabby to find a way through there on Lindsay Kleur after breaking into turn 1. They're going to try and come back at him now into turn 2. Francois Van Zyl goes defensive just behind that to keep out that dub core machine. 114 car there of Shrin Rajpal. Top 3. Oh, looking for birdies into turn 5 there. That bird better move out the way, especially if you've got the likes of Anna Skippers and Stuart Mack coming at you. Stian Krill leading things out though, no worries at all for him. Mack in 2nd. So let's see how far back we are going to see some manoeuvres here from the dock. Skippers has gone missing. We'll have to keep an eye on his ability. I don't think he's going to be able to get back on track after that little bit of excursion earlier on. So at this stage, Stian Krill from Mack from Cruiser. Ross Butt in 4th, I beg your pardon, ahead of Jacques Hayes and Ian Walker. Nice welcome to Class B there for Walker into the top 10, just ahead of Ethan Kinsia. New colours on these cars, got to try and get used to some of the new livery that's out there as well. Tyron Alberts has just joined us all the way from the Emerald Isle. I'm sure he's looking forward to the action that's going to be happening here today. And also maybe a bit of action on that funny game later on where they throw the ball backwards to go forwards. To that one as much as what we're seeing here out on track, and the action continues here for Class B. Class A and C have already completed their first race in anger earlier on. Class B had to be separated from them due to the fact that there are over 20 cars involved in this one, 23 of them in total. About to fill that field, it would have been too many cars on track had they combined Class A, B and C like they usually do. This is Mack on Krill. Krill looking to try and hang on to that front end. The WeFix Cars machine is just staying ahead of Stuart Mack. Now remember, as I said, Stuart Mack is in a Class X car, so it's a bit of development being done on that car with slightly different maneuvers and slightly different power outputs, and they're playing around with some development for the future with Mack at it. And I think they're playing around with that 1 litre turbo motor. I think there's also a possibility that Mack is be doing the development not only for Challenge here, but I know that there's a possibility of another development class coming through from Volkswagen's point of view with that 1 litre turbo machine, and also in the form of a Polo. I got wind of that this morning, so we'll keep an eye on ear to the ground and bring you that information as soon as it becomes available. But it is fantastic to see that they are looking for development and looking for the future. This has been a long-standing category as Volkswagen Challenge, and a very successful one. PABAR behind it right now, certainly loving return on investment they're getting from the money they've put behind this series for the last couple of seasons. But on sale now on Rajpaul. Rajpaul trying to close down on the FSS machine. Pierluigi Mussolini has also stepped up now into that top 10 overall for his first time out in Class B. Creel goes defensive, Mack goes on the attack. It's not the Mack attack, but it's certainly an attack coming from Mack as they go into turn 5. Let's see if there's any opportunity there for him. No, can't find it just yet. Wefix's car stays out front with Stian Creel at the wheel. Creel getting away now from Elna Cruiser, who sits in third comfortably at this stage. No one with her at any point. Good move on the inside here from Francois Van Zyl, and Rajpaul drops down one position. So Shren Rajpaul just loses out there ever so slightly to Francois Van Zyl. Kosani's behind that waiting to pick up some pieces if something goes wrong. Into pit lane, looks like one of the cars retiring there in the background. Might be the Grange Workwear car there, Mike McGregor, who's gone into pit lane. I'll just get confirmation of that. They come across the line and complete another lap. We've got about 3.5 laps for the leaders. These guys will be right a little bit more than 3. Almost 4 to go for these guys that have only just started the lap. Here come the leaders at the halfway stage of the lap and turn 4. Now it's a super run here from Creel so far to keep up with Mack. Those two getting away now. 16s out of them at the moment, but a 15.4 and a 15.3 actually out of Stuart Mack in the Class X development car. So nice run there from Stuart Mack to stay in the mix there with Stian Creel. Usually a contender. I'll take nothing away from Stuart Mack. In his normal car, he would be with Stian Creel, and normally running at the front end of Class B. Cruiser's just lost a little bit of ground to the two of them. Can't quite bridge that 4-odd second gap that she's lost in third. But she maintains about a 3-second gap over Jacques Hayes for fourth. So Elna Cruiser is positioned perfectly there for a podium, alliteration aside. So as they head down in towards turn 1, another lap completed. We're into the second half of this race big time now. In fact, almost into the closing stages. 3 to go for our front runners, 3 to go for all of these cars flying through. One machine pushing hard is Robbie Kosani. It was the Grange Workwear car that retired there on that last lap. Oh, Francois Van Zyl nearly putting a wheel on the dirt. And now heading up towards turn 5 is Creel and Mack. So Creel and Mack heading to the top of the hill. Oh, that's not good. The 28 car there of Lindsay Kleur has gone onto the inside of turn 1 by the looks of it. There's only one reason for that. That's possibly putting a wheel on the dirt on the exit of turn 1 and then getting out of shape, as we saw in Class A's battle. We saw Mike Barbaglia do the same thing, put wheels on the dirt and end up on the kitty litter. He fortunately stayed on the right-hand side of the track in the kitty litter, but looks like Lindsay Kleur's had more problems there a bit further down the road. 2 to go. Creel hangs on ahead of Mack. Cruiser in third, just in the background. Not too far behind that. Looks like that gap might be coming down there between Elna Cruiser and Jacques Hayes. Walker not too far behind Hayes too, looking for about a 1.6 second gap. We've got yellow flags, stationary yellow flags into turn 1, just to warn the drivers about the car on the right hand side there of Lindsay Kleur. Once the pack's been through there once or possibly twice, they may retract that yellow flag, but it means that no overtaking can happen into turn 1 right now. 2 laps to go, and make that a lap and a half for these two as they head to the top of the hill. Here he comes, Mack once again looking for a chance, but just not able to find a maneuver that'll make him get through on the leader, Stian Creel. Both of them, of course, will be leading their categories right now. There are going to be some category honours up for grabs. More importantly is the development process that's happening here for this category car in the hands of Stuart Mack. That goes down the inside. Nice to see some support there coming out of the Motul brand as well for Stuart Mack. It's possibly part of the development that's happening in that car as well. But nice run here from Stian Creel as he starts his final lap. Bevan Williams all over the back of Walker. Walker has not been fighting with Bevan Williams in the past. He's certainly going to have a little bit of a baptism of fire here, watching Jacques Hayes in the back, in the foreground, getting away from him. What you can't do. Oh, there you go. That's the way we do it. Jacques Hayes into turn 2, lit out of shape big time. Bevan Williams trying to capitalize on that and get through. Top 2 goes flying into turn 4. Creel from Mack, no change there. Cruiser in 3rd, Hayes in 4, Walker in 5. Bevan Williams is on Walker's tail though, could change that up by the end of this one as they come up to the top of the hill. This will be the last time for the top 2. So as they come out of turn 5 into turn 6, Kenwood Corner, past the Gazoo Racing Stable venue. It's going to be Stian Kriel. He's not going to let Stuart Mack through here. Not a chance. He'll go defensive. There it is. Defensive driving into turn 8, G&H Transport Corner. And it's Stian Kriel for the first victory for Class B. He wins out over Stuart Mack in Class X. Top 2 there. Great battle between the 2 of them. You can see a little bit of handshakes and gesticulation there. Thumbs up from both of them as they come through to complete things here. Ross Butt, didn't see much of him in the race, but there's the Easy Parts car across the line. And a nice run from him. Finish up, I think, just inside the top 10, if I'm not mistaken there for Butt. So nicely done from all of our competitors. Seeing everybody staying on track and out of harm's way there, besides a couple of cars with some problems there. We saw Lindsay Kleur, one of them. Guys with some off-track excursions, but able to get back on track by the end of the day's racing here for race 1 of PABAR Volkswagen Challenge Class B. So it's Creel from Mack, and you can see Mack with the fastest lap of the race as well there, beating out Elmer Cruiser, Jacques Hayes, Ian Walker. And Bevan Williams beats out Ethan Kancia. JLT Racing ahead of Ross Butt, Pierluigi Mussolini, Francois Vansal, the top 10. So both Walker and Mussolini stepping out of Class C up into Class B now, both ending up in the top 10. Trent Rajpal there just outside the top 10. We've got a small lunch break now and a circuit cleanup. I think that's going to be happening. And then we head straight into the first part of our single-seater category with the DOE Formula Vees partnered by CIM Lubri Fuel. And they'll be up next. They're not quite down in pre-race, which means that there's possibly going to be a little bit of a break in proceedings. We'll be back shortly with race action here from round 1 of the Extreme Festival's Regional Championships. So back into racing we go with the DOE Formula Vee, partnered by CIM Lubri Fuel, joining partners that are really involved in this series, along with First Race, Dunlop and ATS. And we managed to catch up with some of the new sponsors, find out what their involvement is all about here with Formula Vee.
So we've got the DOE Formula V's out on track next, and they've picked up new sponsors for 2023, which is great news indeed. Heinrich from CIM Lubri Fuels. Just tell us, first of all, why get involved with motorsport like this?
Wel, ons het so 2 jaar terug het ons die Formula Vee het ons hierso gesien en toe wil ons het gesien dis 'n lekker community en toe wil ons betrokke raak met dit. En toe kry ons een van die ouens en toe wil ons begin met die sponsorship vir Erik.
Well, it's pretty reasonable because obviously, as you say, a friendly bunch.
Yeah.
Marshall, they're friendly to you, by the way, from DOE and Start My Car.
Yeah, definitely. We've been here a couple of years, so it's great to be back for the next season.
Just tell us what is DOE and Start My Car.
So, DOE is just one of our brands, distributing quality parts, obviously, as it is in the name. Start My Car is an online platform that also distributes car parts.
Which is like the Dunlop cars are guaranteed, aren't they, Joe?
Absolutely, that would be a nice start.
Tell us about Dunlop's involvement, because I see it's grown enormously in motorsport. I see Heinz is everywhere behind the scenes. Just tell us what's going on.
Yeah, Dunlop is very involved in motorsport. We are grabbing different races inch by inch. We're now up to 8 races, so we are sponsoring 8 different races, both in the regionals and nationals. We put a lot of effort behind it. We've introduced our Sport Max range in the Dunlop product, and we hope to continue with that as we go along. So please, everybody, come and join us.
Well, great for you guys to get involved. We wish you all the very best. And of course, you're going to sell millions of product directly from us. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Certainly will, especially with this class. This is a very, very competitive category. Always like to tout it as the 600 cc's of four-wheeled racing, because the action is usually bar to bar, wheel to wheel, and if they had handlebars, they would definitely be in the hands of the right people. Multiple SA champion and current reigning champion in this class, Peter Hill, starts from 8th place on the grid. Didn't quite have the qualifying he wanted this morning, but definitely going to be in for a bit of a run for his money now as they get into things for the first time in DOE Formula Vee, partnered with CIM Lubri Fuel. As you can hear from the new sponsors, they're all happy with the performance of these guys, and of course the relationships that are always built with this kind of category. It is fantastic to see. Jacco Schricks makes a welcome return and puts it straight onto pole alongside Lendl Janssen, who will be looking to remedy just losing out on that championship in 2022. MD Bester and Brandon Hills are your second row as we're under 5-second board. We're about to go racing. Watch out for Watt and van der Linde coming from that 4th row of the grid as they head down towards turn 1 for the first time. Great start from Theo Vermaak in that mid-pack. He tried to dive through there and find a way through on CF de Toy. Looks like he might have just got the drop there on CF as they go through there. Good start from the 99 machine there. Bernie Vermaak as they head towards turn 2. Out front though, Jacco Schricks hangs on. Lendl Janssen tucks in there. He's moved up into 2nd place. Exactly where he started on the grid, but now trying to get away from the likes of MD Bester and from Brandon Hills. Eric Boyens just behind that. Then it's Kyle Watt and Sean van der Linde as they came out of turn 2. Watch out in the background for a couple of changes. A couple of new liveries out there as well, which you're going to be watching out for. And fantastic to see that that long-standing relationship now has brought on a couple more sponsors for this very, very competitive category. Big welcome there to CIM Lubri Fuel. And a big welcome back to First Race, Dunlop and ATS, and of course DOE Start My Car. This is how things start in race 1 of 2023, and already a change up by turn 5 in the lead. You see Lendl Janssen smoothing his way through there for Will Security and the Silver Oaks Volkswagen dealership. He now leads out over the Cubed Coatings PTY Limited car there of Jacco Schricks. The guys are racing behind that in the hands of MD Bester and Brandon Hills. Hills now starting to get under a bit of pressure there from Eric Boyens. Kyle Watt in the mix as well. Good start there from Watt. In fact, a much better start from Watt than I expected. Squeezing through and possibly putting the pressure on right from the word go. Another good move there as well, just in that mid-pack. Jumping in changing between a couple of drivers watching for the progress of Peter Hills. Lionel Janssen on the first lap, quickest car out there, understandably. 1:13.4, 1:13.8 out of Shricks, 14.2 and a 14.3 out of Bester and Hills. That's how those first four go through there. Indy Bester with some new livery on that car, as you can see there. It's a bright yellow machine. 1-1-2 flying there. Of course, there's Marcel Bluchnoot and Roy Douglas in their usual battle. There's a great little one between the two of them, some tussles as they try and close the gap down on CF Dutoy, just up the road from them. Speaking of trying to close the gap, there's the shutting of the door there, coming out of 84 car of Indy Bester. For a chance now. The background from him was the 4 car of Brandon Hills. Brandon Hills, in fact, in that yellow car, beg your pardon, not MD. So Brandon Hills in the all yellow livery. He goes through, they've got to get used to this new livery for the first time out. They're going to set this time again for the next one. Guys are racing boys losing in the blue cars, but you can see there from Brandon's point of view. He's playing around with a couple of new options. The number 1 car there, coming out of turn number 2, is our current champion, Peter Hills, who currently sits down in 7th, just ahead of Van der Linde. Sean Van der Linde in the bright green and pink machine. Very similar to what the helmet design of old Eddie Irvine was, with that sort of Irish lime green and pink. Turn 4 towards the top of the hill. This is where you see possible changes as Brandon has a look. MD sees him coming and shuts the door, doesn't allow him through. So let's see if he's able to make a move here into turn 6. No, does another look into turn 6. We can't quite get there. So it's the 2 teammates fighting for 3rd place on the track at the moment, with Boyens just behind them. Boyens actually closing that gap down slightly, so he could join the party. And that's the 3rd pack of cars led out by Peter Hills at this stage as they complete another lap. Background cars, so it's a slightly longer race than what we've seen from the other competitors here today. We're heading to a couple more of the 8-lap race competitors just after this, starting with Car Care Clinics, Triple Ones and GT Sports and Saloons. Until that happens, we've still got 9 of these laps to be completed for Formula Vee. Back straight, first 4, evenly matched. No changing just yet. 6-7 battle is also looking pretty good at this point in time. The 75 car slowly but surely closing onto the back end there. It's Carl Watt and Peter Hills at this stage. Keeping them honest as they head towards the top of the hill. 11 dead there for Peter Hills in the last pass. 11.7 for Carl Watt, but he has closed that gap down. Also joined the Gazoo Racing stable for 2023 by the looks of the colours on the side of that car. It's always nice to see as well from a team point of view, getting a bunch of guys together that are in the same kind of racing field and racing zone. Peter Hills starting to pull away ever so slightly now from that backbone and leaving Carl Watt in the clutches of Van der Linde. He tries to bridge onto the back end there of Eric Boyens. Boyens just up the road from him. He's not too far behind the back end of Brandon Hills. 1.2 seconds, so about half a second back now has Boyens on that first 4. If you can get Peter Hills to join him, the two of them could try and work together to try and bridge the gap to these first 4 out front. It's still led out by Lionel Janssen. Bull Securities and Silver Oaks Volkswagen dealership Formula Vee leads out over the Cube Coatings car. And it's Gazoo Racing squared behind that. Boyens for the CIM Lubri Fuel machine. He's sitting currently, as we saw there, in the 5 spot. As I said, he's bridged about half a second on those first 4. So maybe just a little easing of the pace here from Lionel Janssen. Everybody not quite prepared to show their cards just yet. Shricks waiting in the sidelines there, only 0.19 of a second off the leader as they complete another one. 5 done, 7 to go. Janssen from Shricks, Bester, Hills, Boyens, Peter Hills. Also Pete closing that gap down to within a second now on Eric Boyens. So it looks like the multiple champion is certainly looking for a chance to close that gap down even more. Possibly bring himself back into the top 5. In this championship, of course, consistency is key. It really is important to have consistent finishes all the time. Only for Mark now, with a bit of pressure coming from Yanni Geisa. Geisa there in the 64 car. He's just ahead of David Austin and Jaco Smit. Helder Gavea at the back. Blaine de Mailon had some problems, and so did Trevor Hills initially. Quite sure if Trevor Hills is here this weekend though. I don't think he is, only Helder Gavea. So those two other cars that are on our timing monitor not here this weekend. 7 car is Theo for Mark. A bit of pressure there from the 190 of CF de Toy. Behind that, Marcel Blichnout, Roy Douglas and Ernie for Mark. That's how they are lining up as they come down towards G&H Transport Corner. 1-1-2 machine. Blichnout looking for a way through. See if the toy is going to have his wits about him. There's a bit more pressure coming from the back end there. You can see from the Monoposto Racing colour machine. Something stand on the left hand side. Janssen from Shricks, Pester from Hills. Hills quickest at the moment. Eda Boyens and Peter Hills with Van der Linde, Carl Watson from Mark. See if the toy into the top 10. First 3 heading up towards turn 5, and this is where it's getting a little bit more interesting. Bit more pressure coming from MD Bester to try and find a way through on Jaco Schrick. Schrick soaking that pressure up, but applying just as much of his own onto the back end of Lendl Janssen. Some pretty awesome stuff as they come out of this one. Raymer's leading this pack. You can see from the chassis there of those cars, all Raymer 2 chassis on the first couple of cars on track. Completing 7 of the 12, 5 to go. Things starting to get a little bit more interesting in the front end. Peter Hills also has bridged that gap even more. Come down, yeah, it's about half a second now onto the back end of Eric Boyens. So Boyens, I think he's realised it. In fact, if I look at the timing monitor, Eric Boyens has turned the wick up slightly there to pull about another 0.2 out on the hills. Oh, change up for the lead possibility. Oh, massive moment into turn 4. Huge moment into turn 4. Strix went on the inside of Lendl Janssen, and Lendl Janssen clipped the back end. It was Jaco Strix's front left and Lendl Janssen's back right that touched. And in single seaters with open wheels, you are definitely going to have a massive moment like that if there is a touch. Cars behind must have had their hearts in their mouths, because both of them would have seen that up close and personal. MD Bester and Brandon Hills very much way into the effects here of that maneuver into turn 4. But 2 or 3 rolls there coming out of the man. The safety car being deployed. Safety car being deployed there, understandably. I think even MD Bester realized there was going to be something like a safety car. He was right in front, or right behind I should say, that incident into turn 4. Let's have a look at this. Red flag has been called. There you go. Jaco Schricks into turn 4. He has a look. Lendl Janssen takes his normal line and then gets flipped over. And that's once, twice, 3 times, 4 times that car rolls. End over end and side by side. And let's hope that everything is okay there from Lendl Janssen's point of view. That was a big moment and a big crash out of turn 4 there for Lendl Janssen after being tagged on the inside. Just looking from the inside line there, Jaco Schricks had a go, and a massive, massive moment there between the two of them. Schricks ending up in the barriers as well after that incident. But the man who came off worse for wear there was Lendl Janssen, that is for sure. Lendl Janssen with a tag on the back and flipping the car over completely, end over end, about 3.5 to 4 times. And that is not what you want to be seeing in single-seater racing. A massive moment there from our Formula Vees. So we'll give an opportunity for our marshals and, of course, more importantly, the medical team who are on site to get onto Lendl Janssen and make sure he's okay. And once we get confirmation of that, of course, we'll bring that to you. But that was a big moment there for our first outing for 2023 in the DOE Formula Vees, partnered with CIM Lubri Fuel. Cars coming across the line there. That, of course, will be Helder Gavea. He'll be making his way around, and well, they were under safety car initially, and then the red flag was called for. And that red flag means the race will be taken 1 lap back. And if that's the way we've done it, then it'll be 7 of 12. Not enough. No, not enough, unfortunately. They will have to come round and resume. One of the biggest moments I've seen, that's for sure, in Formula V's in a long time there between those two. The safety car is just going to bring them to the line. They're going to line up in their positions as they stood on that last lap. So it's going to give them an opportunity there, of course, to get the cars back onto the grid. Lionel Jansen's out the car. That is always a good thing to see. And the first man, I think, to get to him would probably have been Jaco Schricks, having realized that was a massive tag between the two of them. Jansen there in the black suit with the black helmet, and the white helmet is Jaco Schricks in the sort of blue and white suit. But that Bull Securities and Silver Lakes Volkswagen Formula Vee definitely worse for wear. And that is always good to see the driver out of the car, helmets off, and chatting to Donovan and Hanley, our medical team here at Zwartkops. And we wish him a speedy recovery. He's certainly going to feel the effects of that one tomorrow morning, that I can tell you. You don't roll a Formula V without feeling a little bit worse for wear, and that was a huge moment out of turn 4. So if you have just joined us here at Zwartkops, reason for the red flag is there is the remnants of the Bull Securities and Silver Lakes Formula V, and of course the Cubed Coatings PTY Limited car also involved in that one. And a massive moment into turn 4 coming into the closing stage. We're into the sort of latter part of the second third of the race, and there's the touch between the inside of Jaco Schricks and turning onto his normal line, the Bull Security car of Lionel Jansen. A massive moment flying through the air there, end over end 4.5 times, and eventually ending up on its back with Lionel Jansen still in the cockpit. But as we saw a little bit later after that, both drivers out of the car and walking away pretty much unscathed. There's probably going to be some sore body parts, I'm sure, on those two. And those two are definitely going to feel it, that is for sure. Maybe not Schricks as much as what Lionel Jansen will be feeling, but they're both very seasoned campaigners when it comes to this class, and definitely going to be looking for a chance now to make up some ground. And also says a huge amount, as I said, from the point of the chassis build of those cars. Those Rayma 2 chassis, very well built, and the safety cell in that car has certainly saved Lionel Jansen from a lot worse for wear than what he could have walked away with there. Looks like Jaco Schmidt taking a little bit of time to get back to the grid. I think he might have had an incident somewhere else on track in the Start My Car car. Trying to get through all the way back in time, possibly for the restart. They are going to restart this one because 7 of 12 wouldn't give them the right amount of laps to be completed, but there's still a lot of work being done by the marshals to extricate those two cars onto the back end of Big Max by the looks of things. He's down there to help get those cars out of harm's way so we can restart race 1 of the Formula V's. So you've joined us back here for start 2 of DOE Formula Vees, partnered by CIM Lubri Fuel. Looks like Helder Gavea getting a little bit of assistance from the assistant COC there. Trying to get that car started and get it ready for the restart now after a big incident in turn 4 between Jaco Schricks and Daniel Janssen. Both drivers okay, walked away from the incident. It's always a good thing to see. And now they're going to come under starters orders for a restart here for the first part of this proceedings. This is round 1 of the regional extreme festivals, and it's round 1 of the Formula V Championship for 2023. And already massive action in this one amongst the competitors. Start delay just to get Gavea's car fired up. He's just battling to get it going, or has he got it going now? Looks like it has. Yeah, it has fired up now. They can just put him into his grid position, and then we can go into the start procedures. Oh, looks like problems at the front as well. Is that Brandon Hills? Brandon Hills with some problems as well. He's waving and gesticulating, saying that it looks like might be overcooked the motor. There's definitely some steam coming out of that engine hood. And maybe just sitting on the grid for such a long time might have just caused him to overheat. Looks like there's a bit of a problem there for Brandon Hills. Marshall coming back and forth there from him. I'm not quite sure if we can get it started. The start is delayed again for this one. And now running across there to have a check and see it. Might be Peter Hills has got some problems as well, right behind his son Brandon. A couple of guys running across there to see if they can help. Looks like he may have stalled his car as well. Might be an option to just give them a warm-up lap. And restart this one. They're pulling the champion off the grid to try and get him fired up. We're going to run him down the middle just to see if they can bump start that car. If they can bump start that car, then should be able to go and hopefully get this thing sorted out. There we go, it's fired up. Pete slots in behind Brandon. Have we got starters orders now? Yes, we do. 30-second board is up. The red flag's about to move out the way, and we're about to go racing for the second time here for race 1 in the DOE Formula Vees, partnered by CIM Lubri Fuel. Here we go. Well, it doesn't look like there's any problems for Brandon's car, even though it looked like it was overheating slightly. Maybe just needed to get it fired up, and he got it fired up, and they're all fired up down into turn 1. Trying to get through there as clean as possible as they head towards turn 2. It is MD Bester who leads out over Brandon Hills. Peter Hills in 3rd. Van der Linde slots up into 4th place, just ahead there of Eric Boyens by the looks of it. So a bit of manoeuvring there through the pack, and a couple of guys who have capitalised on that incident between the two cars at turn 4. They've definitely been able to use that to their advantage, particularly Van der Linde, who's up to 4th. MD Bester under pressure from his teammate almost instantaneously. Then it's Boyens. And is that Jaco Schricks coming through at the back end? I can see him. No. Yes, it is. That's Jaco Schricks. That is definitely Jaco Schricks at the back. He had to start from the back of the pack, even though he was involved in the incident. So he was able to get back onto the grid, which has definitely helped him out here. You want to try and ensure that he gets through to the front end. Our director today is definitely on fire. Picking up on the fact that Jaco Schricks has restarted. Only he would have seen that. No one else. Here they come. Onto the brakes for turn 8. G&H Transport corner. Boyens on the inside of Van der Linde. Oh, Helder Gavea parked on the sideline. We did see him having a problem on the grid though. So fortunately looks like Gavea's day might be ended up there on the side of the exit of turn 2. As they come towards turn 2 the pack. Hill's already putting pressure onto the back end of his 2 stable mates there from Gazoo Racing. Van der Linde had a big look. A bad effort there from him, that is for sure, as they go into turn 2. He's definitely looking to try and get all 4 Mangaza cars up into the top 5 if he can. That's how hard he's pushing. Behind that, Theo Vermaak hangs on. He's got Carl Watt just ahead of him, and he's got Marcel Bluchnoot right on his tail. Watt, of course, is the 4th of those Mangaza Racing cars. You can see a little bit of a gap that's opened up there between Theo, but no gap between himself and Marcel Bluchnoot right on his tail. Here comes Schricks, driving on the inside of the incident corner at turn 4, and now onto the back end of Yannick Geyser. So he's just outside of the 14th car. So having a look on the inside of Yannick Geyser now under braking. Will he be able to outgun Geyser? No, not this time. Geyser keeps him honest into turn 5. Only Vermaak makes up 1 position, getting through there on Roy Douglas. Now you can see slightly shaken but not stirred man there. Yoko Shricks trying to make his way to the front as quickly as possible. There's a big move. Great move, in fact, coming out of Marcel Bluchnout, getting through there on Theo Vermaak. Vermaak losing out there ever so slightly in the turn 8 G&A transport corner, and in fact, he may lose out a second position though. He goes defensive. Just able to maintain the lead over CF Toy. CF Toy had a look, but he wasn't able to make it second. Just behind that, Roy Douglas now joins the party. Got 4 cars fighting for honours for what is now 8th place on track. This was a 5-lapper, so we got 4 to go. They complete the first lap in anger there of the restart. MD Bester from Brandon Hills from Peter Hills. Behind that, Eric Boynes has joined the party. In fact, Boynes putting pressure onto the back end there of Peter Hills, looking almost instantaneously to go on the attack now that he's got onto the back end. Hills goes defensive on the inside line into turn 5, forces Boynes wide. Going to keep him wide and honest, and will Boynes be able to drive around his outside? Yes, he will. Wow, that is incredible stuff there. That is a super bit of running there from the CIM Lubri Fuel car, getting up into 3rd place. So showing that not only his sponsors can sponsor his own car, but also now join the main sponsors of the Series 2 with Boyens quickest on track on the last lap. Could be quickest on this one as well. As they complete another lap in anger, we've got 2 to go, and it's MD Bester from Brandon Hills. Eric Boyens quickest car on the circuit at the moment. Tony lapping down in the 1:10.3s, and he's bridged the gap now onto 2nd and 3rd place now that he's dispensed on Peter Hills into 4th. Watch out for Van der Linde, under a bit of pressure there from Carl Watt. Carl Watt certainly wants to put the 3rd of the Gazoo Racing cars into that top 5. Looks like they've just a little bit of ground there, as I said. Carl Watt, Van der Linde fighting in the background. Here comes Peter Hills and Brandon Hills onto the back end of some back markers now. Interesting stuff as they came through there. Boyens now looking for a chance to pounce on Brandon Hills. Brandon Hills goes defensive up towards turn 5. We saw Boyens' ability on the outside of turn 5. Oh, he stays there. Stays on the outside of turn 5 and makes a stick in a second. So he can pass around the outside into turn 5 and into turn 6. Certainly getting the maximum grip out of those Dunlops, that is for sure. Now down onto the brakes. Oh, and he slides it into turn 8. Boyens, that is proper good shot there. Getting it absolutely lit on the front end, and the back end stepped out. He caught it. But Brandon Hills nearly made him pay. If he wasn't on the inside line, Hills would have stuck up the inside and got through on him. Hills going to try and use it now to his advantage down into turn 2. Brandon Hills on the back end of Eric Boyens, putting the pressure on, returning the favour as soon as he can. Peter Hills has now joined the party because they've slowed each other up ever so slightly. So it's allowed that concertina effect on the first 4. Van der Linde still hangs on just behind that and keeps out Carl Watt. Here they come onto the back straight away. Fanning out, looking for a chance to squeeze through. Can they find a way? No, they can't. MD Bester looking for the first victory of the season if he can hang on here for a little bit longer. Boyens wants it though. Can you imagine if Eric Boyens wins this one? New sponsor coming to the series, and their car is about to take a victory here. We saw him around the outside. This time the door's shut though. MD Bester realizes he's got the chance to win this one. But Eric Boyens wants it probably more than anybody else as he goes around the outside looking for a way through. He comes on the inside line now down towards G&A's transport corner. There are 4 cars in it. Any one of them can win it. MD Bester late on the brakes down into G&A's transport corner. He's going to hang on only just. Gazoo Racing are going to take this one. CIM Lubri Fuel are going to come through for second with Boyens at the wheel. And it's Brandon Hills just behind that. What a dice. Peter Hills side by side almost with his son across the line there. And the rest of the pack coming through to wrap up the first race of the day here for DOE Formula Vee, partnered by CIM Lubri Fuel with first race, ATS and Dunlop on board. What a way to start the season, guys. That's the way to do it. DOE Formula Vee, partnered by CIM Lubri Fuel. Well, we've had some action of note in the single-seaters. And expecting more of the same later on. There's confirmation of the unofficial results right now. MD Bester from Boyens, Hills and Hills. Van der Linde beats out Carl Watt with Shricks, Theo Vermaak and CF de Toy, just beating out Marcel Bluchnout, who remains in the top 10. Douglas and Ernie Vermaak, and then Clinton Kane and Yanni Geisa at the back end. Up next, we're heading into Car Care Clinic 111 and the Sports and GT category. We'll be back shortly with action here from round 1 of the Extreme Festival. Now here is a success story. Car Care Clinic service centres are located countrywide. We guarantee personal attention as well as the best customer care around. For all your major repair work and servicing needs, Car Care Clinic is the best. You'll be amazed at our rapid turnaround time and customer guarantee. Car Care Clinic is not just your #1 service centre, we are #1 on the racetrack as well. Car Care Clinic franchises are available nationwide. Car Care Clinic, we love cars. They certainly do at Car Care Clinic, that is for sure. And their category are about to roll out for the first time, or 111 and sports and GT categories. The GT Sports and Saloons are on track as we speak. We managed to catch up with a couple of the top contenders to see what their plans are for this weekend yesterday.
Next out on track, the Car Care Clinic, 111 and sports and GTs. Bob Neal, great to see you back on the track, and I'm sure you're looking forward to 2023.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a few issues last year, and we'll take it easy first race out, but Lee's doing a great job.
And the secret in 111's not to break out, I presume?
Indeed, but I don't think there's any chance of that this weekend.
Okay. Mel Spur, bit of a change up for you from SuperHatch to 111s. How are you finding it?
Well, it's the same car, so there's not really too much difference in the car. And thankfully, Zwartkops didn't change any of the corners since the last race in November.
The heavy surface, by the way, we haven't mentioned that yet.
Well, it's fantastic, and I was fortunate enough to drive at the International, so I know it's in great nick, as always. No, it's just, for me, racing's an absolute hobby. I'm here to have fun. It's an away game, so we're here for fun, and Vota ends up babysitting me for the weekend. I'm going to go have fun, hopefully take home some silverware, and it's always great being back here.
There's also great news that Vota Rosa's car is still in one piece before the first race, Vota.
You stole my thunder, Dave. I wanted to say that we've had 2 sessions so far and Bob's Ford hasn't broken yet. But yes, the car's in one piece, it's going very well. It's nice to have Mel in 111. Eventually everybody graduates to high school. It took her 21 years in Super Cup, in SuperHatch, but very welcome.
Well guys, good luck. And of course, well done to Car Care Clinic, staying in for this year with 111s. We look forward to that as well. Have a great showing out there, and give us a wave when you go out on your warm-up lap. We'll know
guys.
Ciao.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay.
Not right now, Mel. Wait till you get in the car. So there we go. The waves are all out of the way. Car Care Clinic has made their way into the circuit with 111 GD Sports and Saloons, and the GD class led out by George Economides in his Wealth Avenue Golf 1 Turbo. He's alongside Bob Neal for the front row. And there you can see a big field coming through there. Bob Neal just making his way to the front end. He was a little bit late out of the pre-race area, so he's going to have to try and get to the front by the end of this race, the end of this lap, that's for sure. 2 laps under safety car. Neal will be trying to get through the field as rapidly as possible to take up his position at the front end. Behind him will be Leonard Archer, pushing hard in the ACD Velcom Honda Civic. And alongside him will be JP van der Walt in his Platinum Wheels Audi A4. Behind that we've got Vota Rus, as we heard, and Louis Kluti alongside each other, and that's of course a very, very hot Beetle. There it is, the ARC Beetle, alongside the Car Care Clinic Golf, and that's going to be some fun and games between the two of them. Pretoria Toyota's Lexus behind that will be piloted by Lucas Besaidnout, the big boss of Pretoria Toyota. Great to have him here. And we've got of course the likes of Francois Henning, Pete Peter, Johan van der Pfeiffer in the Subaru Works STI. Veyers will be there as well. He'll be pushing hard to try and get through in his Opel Corsa. And then we've got a whole bunch of the usual contenders. They have got into their race positions and are about to start the first heat, and 8 laps of it coming away for 111 Sports and Saloons and the Sports and GT category. Lights are on, rolling start, lights out, and we go racing down towards one. Here is Bob Neal on the inside line. It's normally the better line to be on in a rolling start. The team was able to capitalise on that. But the paper slightly back there in the Subaru, and Neal hits the front. Bob Neal with a big move from Leonard Archer, getting up to 3rd place, outgunning Louis Kluti in the Beetle. And then he's got the Audi right on his tail, and in fact looks like a little bit of problems for JP van der Walt as he goes side by side with Vota Rus onto that back straightaway. Looks like Rus might have had the slightly better line he has, and moves the Car Care Clinic machine up into what is now 4th place behind him. You can see Lucas Besaidnout coming along for the ride, Henning behind that. They line up thick and fast. Nice start there from Lebotsky as well. looking forward to seeing his progress through the field. There is Louis Scholz, the big boss of Car Care Clinic. Not in his usual Golf 8. Unfortunately, some problems on that car. He had to jump into his SuperHatch car and use it for this race as well. So he'll be fighting hard there with the normal field of Honda Civics and Mazdas involved in the mid-pack of the Triple Ones. Looking for a chance now to be at the front end of Triple One if he can. That is what his goal is to do here. Get as high in that Triple One field as possible. They come to complete the first lap of anger of the 8 provided for this one. See, they're all just slotting in positions there at this stage and looking for chances where they can. Louis Cluty, back end of the GT class. Front end of the Triple One class, Class A, is Voterus. So Voterus just losing out to another one of the GT category cars. That's JP van der Walt in the Platinum Wheels Audi. So Voter currently leads out Class A. He's pulling away there from Lucas Besaidenote in the Pretoria Noord Lexus. So that Pretoria Noord Toyota. There's a move back at JP. JP van der Walt going into really retro colours on that car, which is nice to see. He was in all white in that A4 the first time he put it onto the track, and he's now gone back to the original colours of the race team that Terry Moss had in the sort of early 2000s. The Extreme, the Engine Extreme Oils, of course, sponsored that team, and he's gone with that livery for that car as well as JP. Even though his own sponsor is Platinum Wheels, it's great to see the old colours of the Engine Extreme team back on track. Vernon Hopkins having a bit of a fun day of it so far. He's got him far on his tail, looking for a chance to get through there. Labotsky keeps out this pack as the Corsa comes into play. See Charles Veyers putting the pressure on there. A little bit of pressure being put on in the background as Michael Krubler goes past in his Golf 1. Trying to get onto the back of him, Didi Mfana. Veyers now pushing hard in the open Corsa, down there. And the Performance Masters machine under pressure. Oh, there you go, Mal Spur. Welcome to high school. They're bullying Mal Spur in the high school class here. Drops right to the back. Oh, problems as well for the MX-5 by the looks of things as well. That's not good. Yorick Smith in that MX-5 on the sideline. Malsburg's back on track. Colours on the front end of that car, new colours all around. Design Hub have done some work on that machine to give us some new livery. Still car care. Nicely done. Just want to see who the... This is a nice start there as well for this timeout for the front end. But I can tell you something, there is going to be some work there for Malspur. So, some work here for Bob Neal. He's got pressure at the front end, coming in the form of George Economidis. Third place battle heating up. We see Louis Cluty diving through there in a very fast Beetle. Stock standard Beetle, by the way. Heading towards turn number 2. Under pressure there from the man from Velcom. So the ACD Velcom Honda Civic not quite having his own way. To the back straight away. Also looking for a chance there to come through. A couple of the back markers about to be caught by the leading pack, and Bob Neal hangs on to the lead. He's got Economidis on his tail. The Wells Avenue Golf in Martini Racing colours, trying to find a way through there on Bob Neal's Ford Focus RS. As they head to the top of the hill, there's a change up possibly here between the Golf and the Ford, yes. So a slightly better line there from Economidis coming out of turn 4, and he makes it stick up into turn 5. I think Didi Machila is coming up to catch, being caught here. Or is that possibly Davender? I'm not quite sure. The two leaders now coming up, and Bob Neal's on the inside, and he's got through already before they even had to worry about problems. Economidis pulling in the pit lane. Economidis with a problem in the pit lane. That's going to move Leonard Archer up into second, or possibly JP, as JP's got slightly better drive down the main straightaway. Has he got the line for turn 1? He has. JP van der Walt moves to second place. Leonard Archer down to third as they came out to turn 1. Closing on Bob Neal. Cluty in the background, looking to close onto the back end of that little Honda Civic Type R as well, if he can. Not always easy to do. Labotsky in with a fight of note here. Wayne Masters is giving him a run for his money. Charles is just behind them. So it's Golf 1 versus Golf 7 versus the Opel Corsa. Yorick Smith eventually pulling to the inside of turn 1 there, out of harm's way in the Mazda MX-5. Saw him on the outside of turn 8. He just pushed that car along the main straight away and then just turned off to get off the track as quickly as possible. We saw Pete Portleter going through there for Nathan's Motorsport. He's in the Rocky car, remember? He's got the Rocky livery on the side of that car. This is Van der Pfeiffer, the Subaru, currently sitting at this stage in 9th place overall, but that would put him in about 5th or 6th place in Class A. Class A heating up here dramatically at the front end. Voter still leading that Class A battle out. He's sitting in 5th place, just behind Louis Kluti in the Beetle. Looks like he's got a bit of a gap though over the rest of the Class A competitors, including Lucas Mercedes in the Victoria North Toyota. Lexus, in fact, that Lexus has closed down slightly on Voter as we come to that battle towards turn 1. So it's Voter hanging on. Mercedes applying the pressure behind him for Victoria North Racing. And that Lexus is all over the back of the car care clinic man. Behind them, lining up in the form, I think, of Francois Henning and Piet Potgieter. Well, hello, having a look at the lap times as well. I wasn't watching that, but Paul Bedford was there. He was watching it for me there. And as always, checking on the timing monitor for me. So it looks like Lucas Mercedes might have broken out. He's done a 1:10 in Class A, which of course is too fast for Class A. You have to be doing 1:11 around this track. That's why it's known as triple ones. And unfortunately, that is going to cost him. He's going to be given a penalty of some nature, and it'll drop him out of the top 2 positions for triple one sports and saloons. Bob Neal now under pressure, not from George Economides anymore. He's had to retire that car of his, but now from JP van der Walt. JP van der Walt, man who was king of the hill in the road car category at NISA last year, is certainly using this new Audi of his to very good effect to close in on a man who's been at the front end of this GT Sports and Saloon car category for a while. So it's ex-production cars going at it here. The RS would have been in Class T in its day, and Audi would have been in Class A in production cars. So it's production car battle of note heading towards turn 5 in amongst the backmarkers, and up for the challenge comes Leonard Archer in the Honda Type R. So Delmon Mining versus the Engine Extreme colours, but Platinum Wheels sponsored Audi, and then ACD Velcom in 3rd. Porsche battle, it's a nice one to watch out for as well there in the mid-pack. It's got Roland Hopkins on his tail, and the Porsche having a bit of a tough time of it at this point in time. Chris Smith at the wheel of that machine. Behind Wayne Labotsky in the Shield Golf. Michael Krobler on their tail in the Pest Control Specialist Golf 1. Fluffy's on his way, that is for sure. Gideon Fana being caught now by Gunnison by the looks of it. So it looks like some manoeuvres happening through that field for the Hondas. Great mid-pack battles here as well for our Triple One and GT Sports and Saloons combined. Down the hill comes Charles as he's pulled away now from the Labotsky machine and Shield Golf 1. Smith, Hopkins and Krobler getting another lap in anger. We're on to the final lap here, guys. So in the background we're going to have to keep an eye out on our leaders. Last lap has started for them. They're halfway up the road, I'm sure. So we're looking for Bob Neal. He's our lead car the last time we saw him at the front end. Heading towards, problems for Labotsky. Labotsky going on the inside line there. Looks like he might have just missed a gear. Yeah, I think he just missed a gear. Heading towards out of turn 2. This is Wayne Masters closing on the back end in front of Faithful, but I don't think he's going to be able to do anything about them. And looking for the leaders. They should be heading probably down the hill by now. So we're waiting for our top 3 to come flying down there. Has JP van der Walt been able to find a way past? Coming to the line. Chicken flag is out. Chicken flag is out. Bob Neal taking the victory over JP van der Walt and Leonard Archer. So your top 3 there in the GT class. Bob Neal, JP van der Walt. Good run. Coming out of Leonard Archer. There you see the 3 of them down that back straight away. Val Spur just behind them there for the car care clinic team. I think Louis Kluti would have finished up just ahead. Yes, he has, and I'm not sure if Vota won out in Class A. We'll have to wait for him to flip out there. Lucas Mercedes beats Vota, but I think Vota might have had some communication to say that Lucas has broken out. So Vota will still get the victory ahead of Francois Henning and Piet Potgieter. That'll be your top 3. So Roos, Henning and Potgieter, your top 3 in Class A. It's Neil, Van der Walt and Archer, your top 3 in the GT category, as we wrap up the first heat of Car Care Clinic's category today. Triple Ones and the GT Sports and Saloons. Up next, we're heading into Silver Cup 2.0. First day and first part of the proceedings now for Silver Cup 2.0. They were out earlier on in the day. This will be their second heat of racing we're about to go to. Caught up with some of the drivers. This is for race 1 yesterday.
Next up on the program, the Silver Cup class, and these guys always put on a great show. And Neo, we did ask you to speak up because I know you're very quiet, but I know on the racetrack you're not so quiet. Is that true?
Ja, dis baie waar daarso.
Tell us about your car, what you're driving.
Ek ry 'n Golf 1 2 liter 2E, stock standard, baie reliable. Dis wat ons goed gedoen het.
And how much money have you thrown at tyres this weekend?
7,500.
Okay, well good luck to you. I really hope it goes well. Gerald, we've had you guys here before. The class has grown and you guys are looking good. Put up a show in Gauteng area mainly. Just tell us a bit about your category.
Well, look, I'm driving the A class. I'm driving well, what the nice thing is about Silver Cup is we don't have that many rules, which makes it very accessible to everybody to drive into the series. My car and the series I'm driving in is basically, how can I say that, Maurice? It's a bit modified cars. I'm driving a road car, by the way. I'm driving a rotary. I'm a rotary guy, and at least Silver Cup allows people like us to drive. People don't like the rotaries and other classes because...
Before you go any further, can you still buy spare parts for rotary?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, it depends on where, but you can. After you look hard, you can find them. Yeah, look, it's a very special car, special things. I mean, rotaries is not that common anymore, and I think from my perspective, I think that draws crowds. It's something unique. It's very nice, and we've got a home in Silver Class, which I love from that perspective. And the intention is to expand and get our rotary friends to come and join the class, and to come and enjoy Silver Cup for that matter. So I'm also the sponsor of Silver Cup in terms of SPS Racing, So from our perspective, yeah, it's going to be a home for Rotary. Hopefully, Marius, the organizer next to me, will allow us. That's really something we're going to try to promote and go as far as we can from a Rotary perspective. And that's the class is very competitive, obviously. We have cars that really performs very, very well in that specific class. Now, Rotary don't fit necessarily in anything, but we've been, for our since we've been...
Thank you for sponsoring the category to start with, that's great of you. And don't think you've got to put 2% two-stroke oil in your Rotary, don't you? Marius, does he have to put oil in his Rotary?
Yeah, definitely.
Tell us about this series and what you're up to now, Marius.
No, I'm just glad the series is growing and sponsors coming on board. It helps a lot. It helps the competitors make it a bit cheaper for us, for all of us. So I'm really happy for that. And then the class is definitely growing and we're really excited for that. So
guys, the spectators are out there despite the rain around us. So good luck and give it hell.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
They always do. Silver Cup about to go there. Cutting that a bit fine on the interviews, but we managed to get through there to perfection as they start their way down towards turn 1 as the lights go out. Dion Creel was on the front row in the Jetta. He's already being outgunned there by Ariga and by Sean Lamprecht, who come flying through there. Watch out for Paul as well. Always a top contender in this one. And as they come into braking, it is Dion Creel who just manages to hang on as they go into turn number 2. Jumping from one class to the other there. Looks like Johan van der Vijver in the Subaru Works Impressor has also decided to come and play in Silver Cup 2.0. Watching out in the background, a couple of space frames and a couple of those rotaries that Dave was chatting to those boys about did not get the qualifying that they wanted. So they're going to be having to make their way through the field rapidly. And finding a way through a field of about 20 cars is not easy to do, particularly when you've got different styles of cars out there, with saloon cars and a couple of low-slung space frames in the mix as well. Always interesting to see. Fluff has joined it as well by the looks of things. Michael Knobler going straight from 111 straight into this one. So back-to-back races for a couple of these competitors. And is that a Mazda 323 heading off circuit? It is indeed. Look, note, getting it a little bit out of shape there is Junior. In a very, very awesome little version of the Mazda 323. Around back, and of course a very popular car in the 80s was that machine here in South Africa, and it's still popular on racetracks, as you can see, with the Blicknote family loving their association with the Mazda brand. The two of them were actually piloting the MP3s in what was production cars in the early 2000s. So great to see with that brand, and having a great time of it. Oh, Fanikuk's not having a good time. The Dub Developments machine off track and into the kiddie litter. That's not the way you want to be doing it there. Turbo-powered Golf 1 going to have to go around the outside and try and stay out of harm's way, because there's a huge pack of Silver Cup category cars coming through there with a couple of 111s thrown into the mix. Sean Lamprecht coming through there for second place at this stage ahead of Johan van der Vijver. The BMW in second, watching for, as I said, the progress of the space frames coming through the field and trying to make their way to the front end. They didn't quite have the qualifying they wanted. Andre Needham seems to be dropping something out of that car as well. Not going according to plan there. A little bit of smoke coming out of the back end of that car. Certainly not what he wants, that's for sure. Needham in a slightly different car to what he normally be in, and now sideways. He's been having some problems of his own. It's definitely something, he's throwing something onto his own back wheels there, yeah. You can see he's getting out of shape, and if he's dropping some kind of fluid that's letting him slip and slide, can you imagine what the boys behind him must be thinking? I don't know if it's water or maybe some kind of lubricant, but we'll have to wait and see. But Needham's certainly not enjoying life at this stage. Nico back on track, and now up the inside of the 209 car here in front of Volk. We just chatted to the youngster. A very quiet man on track, but a very loud man on track, as you can see, trying to get up as high as possible. Staying in the hunt there. Chantal and Martinez sharing that Class D Golf of theirs a bit further back. There's an opportunity for that Mazda to squeeze through, and the Grange Workwear car there, Pereira, under a bit of pressure from the 777, and that's Carl Stoltz putting the pressure on. Oh, look at in the background though, watch out for a huge attack coming from the second of the space frames. Although Pereira is up for that challenge and is later on the brakes for the Golf 1 to keep out that Tigra. A bit of asking to ensure that you stay ahead of the space frame, which probably has a little bit more extra squirt in a straight line. Come through here to complete the lap, and you can see pack starting to open up here ever so slightly. Down onto the braking point there, the 83 car. Kenny Darroch and Giles Darroch, they'll be sharing the drive there between the two of them. one heat apiece, so I'm not quite sure. It'd probably be Kenny in the second heat. Charles may have done the first one, could be mistaken. King Kenny, Charles Derrick sharing that car. 83 Golf 1. This is a car we had problems with earlier on, Andre Needham. As you can see, slight modification to that Polo. That must have been done at Car Care Clinic in Cape Town with Dave Peterson's team. The exhaust pipe out the left-hand side of the front left wheel arch. Straight out exhaust pipe for that car. That's the kind of maneuvering you see in these cars. But as you heard from Diovolt, there's not a lot of rules to play with in Silver Cup 2.0. It's bring what you've got and come and race against whoever's out there on track, and that's exactly what's happening. So Stoltz starting to make his way to the front and getting onto the back of the front of paper, looking for a chance now to be in the top 3 overall, looking to close down on Lamprecht. That's how it stands, and Van der Pfeiffer goes defensive towards turn 8, G&H Transport corner, to keep Karel Stoltz out. Carl going to try and drive around the outside. Watching the background, Wayne Pereira also coming along for the ride, and Julio Riga, as I said, in that space frame. Space frame now ahead of Wayne Pereira. He's dropped back in the Grange Workwear car. He's going to be just outside the top 5 now in 6th place. Stoltz coming out of turn number 2 as we go back to turn 8. And Michael Krobler sitting in 11th place, trying to close down on Marius Jacobs and on the man who was making a welcome return to what is now the top 10, Paul Manica. Breaking down in towards turn number 2. That's the X-leaded Archer car there coming through, and a bit of chopping and changing there between Chris Cronier and Jonathan Visser. Keeping out on Marius Jacobs as well, making his way to the front end, but hasn't quite got there as quickly as these two have. Karel Stoltz now got Lamprecht in his sights. He's going to bring Arriga on for the ride. Van der Pfeiffer watching in his rearview mirrors for that Golf 1 of Wayne Pereira. Let's see if there's going to be any changes between them. No, not just yet. Heading down the hill into G&H Transport corner. They're going to have 3 to go. 3 laps to go now for these 2.0 Silver Cup competitors. Real comfortably in the lead by 10.5 seconds, so no one is going to catch that Jetta 2 out front. Here's a move though, great dive up the inside there from Wayne Pereira. Here it is. Oh, that's lovely to see, eh? Haven't seen a Jetta in full flight up in the Gauteng for a long time. I know Jesse Huggett and his teams down in Cape Town, there's a lot of Jettas running in the GTI Challenge and the saloon car classes in the Cape, but we don't see a lot of them up here. 2-litre 16-valve Jetta 2, and pushing hard to be at the front end of Silver Cup Racing's 2.0 race 1 of the season, or round 1 of the season, race 2 of round 1 now. Stoltz on the inside of Lamprecht. Oh, the Viking mining man could be under pressure, and he's had to give way there. As we see a big move coming out of the Mazda. Karel Stoltz at RX-7 has now made his way into second place, and as I say that, Arriga moves to third. The 2 Mazda power cars, one in a Mazda chassis, one in a Tigra chassis, are now second and third on track. And is there enough time with 2 laps to go to catch Steon Creel? I don't think 10.5 seconds going to be caught by either Stoltz or by Arriga in these last 2 laps. Lamprecht will have to settle for 4th. I don't think he's going to have an answer there. Look at the front end of that one. Looks like there might be a little bit of a boot issue, or a bonnet issue, I said, on that Jetta, but we'll keep an eye on that. I don't think it's affected the car's ability to go in a straight line though. Steon Creel leading comfortably. Sean Lamprecht now also pushing hard now into 4th, trying to get back at Julio Arriga. I don't think it's going to happen. Van der Pfeiffer in 5, Pereira 6. Charles Derrick still there. 7th place. Across the line and coming in amongst the back markers now. This could help out the rotary powered Mazdas behind him. The 209 car there being shared. Oh no, that's Leo van der Walt. He's not sharing that car. It's a 217 Golf that Chantal and Martinez are sharing. Steon Creel Racing doing a superb job with Steon Creel at the wheel of his own Jetta 2. Onto that back straight away now for the last time. Coming through on the Nissan Sentra of Reino van Zyl. hill towards Universal Motorsport, then AMG Driving Academy. Sun's out for the first time. It's about to shine on Steon Kriel. Been battling to come through the overcast conditions we've had here all morning, but if the sun does come out now, it'll make it exceptionally muggy out there. Ideal for race conditions, have muggy conditions. Kriel down to the line, and it's the 16-valve Jetta that's going to be taking the first victory here of the second race of the season. I say the first victory. It's not the first victory, I beg your pardon. It's the second victory of the season going to Steon Kriel, but I think it's back-to-back for him as he took the first heat earlier on in the day. Sean Lamprecht is going to come through there for fourth place, finishing just behind the two Mazdas of Karel Stoltz and Julio Riga. Van der Faker waiting for him to come through there in the background. In the Mazda, or in the Subaru, still under pressure though from Wayne Pereira as they come across the line. Pereira giving that Subaru a very good run for its money there in the closing stages. Great to see Silver Cup racing in full effect again here at Zwartkops. And of course that brings us to the end of the Silver Cup racing coverage for the day. And we'll be up next with Formula Monoposto for their very first heat of the live stream feed today and their second heat of racing here at Zwartkops' round 1 of the Regional Extreme Festival. There is unofficial results there. Kriel from Stoltz, Ariga, Lamprecht and Van der Faker, your top 5. Wayne Pereira just behind him as he saw across the line. And then it was Charles Darroch, Chris Cronier, Van Niekerk and Michael Kobler making up the top 10. Marius Jacobs not able to get into the top 10 there. There's going to be a bit of concern from him. Hasn't quite gone according to plan for the man who's usually at the front end of this field. Luchno Jr. coming through there to beat out Chantal and Martinez. Rainer van Zyl and Neo van der Walt, your top 15. clearing the pre-race area there, as you can see, for Formula Monoposto and the Formula Libra categories combined. 31 cars about to go to action. And we're going to catch up with a couple of the drivers before they make their way onto the circuit, find out what their plans are for 2023.
Right, next up we have got the Formula Monoposto with Libras, and you driving one of those Formula M's. I love the sound of those cars. Obviously got a motorbike engine.
Yes, so my car's got a 600cc GSX-R Suzuki engine in it. What makes the car so nice is because they're such high revving motors, it sounds just like a classic F1 vehicle.
And what do they like to drive, and how competitive is it out there?
So for my class, the 600cc's, they're quite competitive because the class is limited. No upgrades are allowed to be done, everything must be standard. So it's quite competitive.
Okay, well that's pretty cool. Didier, and you're also in one of the Formula M cars. Just tell us about your car.
Yeah, I'm in a Class A car. It's powered by a 1000cc Suzuki GSX-R engine. We've got a bit of an upgrade to do to the cylinder head and stuff like that. Also very competitive. A bigger car, bigger slicks, more powerful, faster, so it's quite nice.
What I like is they're all real racing cars. Yeah. You look at them out there, I think it's fantastic. Hayden, you're in the Formula Libra category, so just tell us the difference between the Formula M's and what you drive.
So the basic difference is obviously the Formula M's are running bike motors, whereas opposed to the guys in Formula Libra running your straight average car motor, if you want to call it. So my car is running a 1400 Golf motor. It's a basic setup with a Beetle gearbox, and I'm running it with just individual carbs, I would say. So
I'm sure it's great to have you guys with your opportunity to come around a big track like Zwartkops, have fun out there and put up a great show.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go over to you, Greg.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, making their way around now to take up their positions for race 2. We didn't get the first race in. We're definitely going to be giving you action now from Formula Monoposto and Formula Libra here at round 1 of the regional extreme festivals at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. As you heard, basically the difference there is the engines that run in these cars. Formula M being Formula Motorcycle, so anybody in Formula M will have some form of motorcycle engine underneath the hood. It will be a case of car engine underneath the other single-seaters out there from the Libra category. Great to see that they've got together these two classes. They did run for a long time on their own. Now Monoposto and Libra combining forces, which has given us 31 cars to go and play with here in the second single-seater category of the day. A lot of Formula GTIs, Formula Fords, Formula V's, a couple of other categories. Of course, we had on a few occasions there were a couple of bigger cars that went out there. The Amiga was one of Bruce Van Niekerk, if I'm not mistaken. And then, as you heard from some of the top contenders there, a lot of the Formula M cars running Suzuki GSX-R 600cc engines in them, high revving, and yeah, maybe not quite as high revving and as loud and spectacular as a Formula 1 car, but definitely something to listen to. If you come into the circuit right now and you can't see what's happening out on track and these cars take off, you would assume it's a 600cc motorcycle race on. That's what it sounds like when these cars get going. Nice to see they also run similar livery to some of the F1 teams of the past. McLaren Marlboro colours there on a couple of the cars. So Renzo Ribeiro, Paul Schultz front row. That's how it should be lining up now with JM Gerber and Clint Bedot. That'll be the second row of the grid coming to take up their positions. As you can see, a lot of support on the sidelines and getting the guys and girls onto their allotted grid positions. Running through the cars involved here, Formula Libra are the first two. That is a Formula GTI Swift and a Swift out alongside him. So two Formula GTIs on the front row. Formula M of JM Gerber there ahead of the 1992 Ray GTI. So Swifts and Rays were the two chassis involved in what was Formula GTI in its day. We've got a couple of Formula V's, a Super V involved in there with Jean-André Leroux. A Tasman with Michael Koenig, that's an ex-Formula V category car as well. A Van Diemen as well out there of Steve Fenter, that's a Formula Ford. So those are the kind of machinery we're going to see going to battle here with our usual contenders. Formula M are slightly smaller versions of those chassis, but as I said, they all run Suzuki GSX-R style motors. There you can hear them revving in the background as they're about to go racing. Just waiting for the final grid positions to be taken up. Green flag at the back, perfect timing. And now time to go racing for the second time today here at Zwartkops and the Regional Extreme Festival. It's double yellows into turn number 1, just to try and keep everybody happy and safe and sound, which means that it'll be green flags out of turn number 3 as they get going and heading towards the first part of the race. And into turn 1 they go. Everybody trying to get off the line. Not always easy to do in single seaters, particularly when they've got short gears for first and second. But once you get going, these cars will be in full flight and putting on a show of note as they come out of turn 2. Pretty much it's all about Formula GTI out front there. The Rays and Swifts sharing positions at the front end of the field for the first time that we see them in anger today. But of course the second time out there for the race action for the day for Formula Libre and Formula M combined. Always expect to see some bigger battles in the front and the mid-pack as well as they start to sort themselves in amongst cars and competitors on a similar vein and a similar lap time. The 93 car going through there, pushing it as hard as he can there. Of course is Kennedy Torres fighting with Steve Fenter by the looks of things. Steve Fenter just behind him in the Formula Ford, running slightly wide there. 27 car there. So a good number on that car there. Jean-Andre Leroux, of course, a usual contender in Formula V. He's decided to move across here into Formula M and Formula Libre in his Liqui-Moly sponsored machine. I think his teammates involved up a little bit further up the road there in terms of Lucian Ramchander as well. Diving on the inside. It's a nice move there from Aiden. Aiden just diving on the inside and finding a way through. Aiden Morrow in the 46 machine running Martini Racing style colours. Blue flags waving so early on, saying that there's some battles that we sorted out. First two go through into turn 4 and comfortably leading things out. There are those first two cars on track. No worries at all there for Renzo Ribeiro or Paul Schultz. They continue to lead out over Clint Badeau and Hilton Morrow. And it's Damien Archer who's up just ahead of Didier Diedrichs and Lucian Ramchander, as I said, in the first of the Liqui-Moly cars. He's up there in that top 10. Smoke out of the 2 car there by the looks of things as well. So maybe some problems there for Herman Krikke. In fact, definitely problems for Herman Krikke. Herman Krikke would normally be a front runner in this category in the normal conditions. So he must be battling slightly with some kind of ailment on that car. That's dropped him so far back, but he's now just trying to nurse it home to get it to the end of the day. Inside line there from the 24 machine of Damien Archer. Also a man who usually runs a little bit higher up than what he is right now. Damien Archer, usually a front-end runner, but of course now with a slightly bigger field. And you can see, look at that, modifications done on that Formula V of Lucian Ramchander. Wings on the front, wings on the back as well. Retirement on the left-hand side of that shot. Looking down the field, I'll wait for the timing monitor to flick over. It is up and running. It is, looks like it is. This is a 10 lapper, remember, we've completed 19 out of shape there. And on the sideline, that's Blaine de Melon. So Blaine on the sideline, and I think it might be Brian Nguni who's parked on the sideline, or Neville van den Berg who's had some problems. And there you can see that car just on the, I think it's Brian Nguni. Brian Nguni on the left-hand side there, unfortunately out of the second heat of Formula M and Libre combined. There is Michael Koenig coming onto the back end now of Geyser. We'll look up for Bruce Vanenko fighting with Tony Beecher. 67 car. Oh, is that? Yes, it is. That's the car we were just chatting about with the smoke coming out of it. Herman Krikke. Normally a front end runner, as I said, but unfortunately now on the sideline and the exit point of turn number 3. The 18 car coming across the line and completing another lap there. It's Grant Will. As I mentioned, running McLaren, Marlboro McLaren colours there. Nice to see him fighting in that mid-pack. Slightly higher up than what he qualified. Will only qualified right down in 30th place in that Formula GTR, but of course must have had some problems that they sorted out now, which is allowing him to run just inside or just outside of the top 10. depending on where he crossed the line on the last pass. So he's just outside the top 10 at this stage. The Suzuki engines absolutely screaming out as they come across the line and full tilt down that back straightaway. 17 down the hill. Very good at this point in time is Clint Padot. And then it's Lucian Ramchanda. Staying ahead there of that 24 car of Damien Archer, and then his teammate just behind that, Jean-Andre Leroux. Leroux without the modifications on the car. Just having a look at some of the cars out there as well. The 26 car on track 2 is Andre Leroux. So Jean-Andre and Andre. So Andre's had the modifications done to his V with the wing being put on. And of course the wings on the front end of the car as well. Slightly widened body kit on that car as well. Nice to see what they've done there for that Liqui Moly team. They'd usually be piloted or piloting those vehicles in Formula V, but looks like they've decided to do some modifications and have some fun this season in Formula M and Formula Libre combined. Looks like Grant Will putting a bit more pressure onto the magenta machine here of number 77, Hayden Archer. 45 in Eddie Irvine Jaguar style colours there. Didier Diedrichs, he's been running those colours for a while. Big fan of course, the front end. Leader going through into turn 3 onto the back straightaway. And Renzo Ribeiro has not really been troubled by Paul Schultz. As we come through there, a couple of back markers have brought them a bit closer though to each other. And Mena Ribeiro's namesake in the metal used spares and Liqui Moly Formula GTI, leading things out at the moment, but he's still got some work to do there. The two Swifts going at it for the final part of the racing, and we're only halfway through, so still 5 laps to go and a couple of back markers to negotiate in this next 5, that is for sure. So Renzo Ribeiro from Paul Schultz, that's the top 2 heading down towards GNH Transport corner. Further back there, we'll pick up on the 42 car. There it is in 3rd place. 45 down the hill. His own little fight there. Didier Diedrichs just getting ahead of one of the Formula M's. Didn't quite catch the number on that car. Sorry about that. Andre Leroux about to be passed now by Diedrichs. As I said, quite nice to see the sort of tribute to the F1 cars of the past in the Marlboro McLaren colours, and they're of course in the Jaguar colours. 7-7 still soaking up the pressure there from Grant Will, so it doesn't look like Hayden Archer's going to give Will any. Oh, unless he does that. I'm about to say, might have given him the commentator's curse there. Hayden Archer just loops out right in front of Grant Will and gifts him that position. Smoke coming out of one of the Formula V's there. That could possibly be one of the older Formula V's, so probably running a Beetle engine in that machine. The front end is certainly changing things up. This is 3rd place into turn 5. Opportunity to see Tony Beecher under attack. Yeah, it is definitely one of the older Formula V's there. It's Tony Beecher behind the wheel. That's an S&J Mark 9. Top 2 out of turn 2 again. Some more back markers to negotiate there for Renzo Ribeiro. Onto that back straight away, coming up onto the man who's just spun out there. So Hayden Archer making up some ground. And oh, could we have another touch here in turn 4 between single seaters? I think Renzo realised that he's probably going to have the additional squirt up the straightaway and backed out of it slightly to get past Hayden Archer. Coming along for the ride is Paul Schultz. He's going to be late on the brakes to get up the inside of Archer. Doesn't get there. Archer shuts the door. We're about to come to the penultimate lap. It'll be 2 laps to go when they cross the line this time. So around the outside of some slowing vehicles on track. Down the hill one more time. Hayden Archer still in the way there of Paul Schultz. Schultz eventually gets through into turn 8. So Renzo Ribeiro crosses the line with 2 to go. 49, one of their Formula M's about 6 points past there. First sachet out the way. Schultz will get on his inside into turn 2. Now coming into the closing stage of this one, a lap and a half to go for the first 2 cars. They're heading up towards turn 4. Coming up on the inside of a couple more of those single-seaters involved in this little battle, in their own little battles as well, which is good to see. As I said, fantastic to see Formula M and Formula Libre coming together now with a big field of over 30 cars here today at Zwartkops. Renzo late on the brakes into turn 5 for the last time. Oh, penultimate time, I think it was. Starting their final lap now. Starting the last lap as they head down the hill. Top 2 starting their last lap. Metal use spares and Liqui Moly on that car as he crosses the line to start the final one. White flag waving for the slow car. That's Fenter. Steve Fenter with the problems on the right hand side of that shot. He's Formula Ford. Like there's going to be any issues here for Renzo Ribeiro or Paul Schultz unless they get a bit more back markers in the latter part of this lap. Don't think they're going to be troubled by those back markers though. Here up on the 18 car. Maybe have a bit of issues there with that number 18 car. We'll wait and see if it does affect them, but I don't think Grant Will's going to be in the way of these two at all. So Grant Will now, we're going to give way to them as they do come up and give him some trouble. Interesting to see though as well, Paulie, from our side. Rookie tape on the back end of Renzo's car. So a new man to the series, and he looks like he's taken to this like a duck to water. Runs Grant Will ever so slightly wide out of turn 7 into the final corner. Renzo Ribeiro with a victory, and that's possibly the second one of the day, as we didn't get the first heat. As they cross the line, Renzo Ribeiro takes the win. Wins out. Waiting for Didier Diedrichs. There he is. There's third place in the Jaguar colours. And he comes through for third place there. And he'll be first of the Formula M's. Ahead of Sam Cadver. Their wrap-up. Our coverage here. Coming down on a couple more manoeuvres to be made here by a couple of the other contenders. 17 diving on the inside there in the closing stages. Clint Bordeaux trying to make up some ground. And then Lucian Ramchanda just in the background in that modified Formula Vee of his. And the Liqui Moly team. Seventh place ahead of Jean-Ray Leroux and Damien Archer. Michael Koenig still coming to the line as well. Look, a bit of damage there, look like, on one of the cars as they come down the hill. So let's have a look and see as they cross the line there. Unofficially, the results of the top 10 as they come through. Hopefully we'll get there. A couple of battle scars out on track as well, by the looks of it. See some debris on track. That's up at turn 6 by the looks of things at Kenwood Corner. Once again, just to run through. Ribeiro from Schultz, Diedrichs, Cadver, Morrow, Bordeaux, Ramchanda, and Jean-Ray Leroux, Damien Archer, and Michael Koenig. The top 10 in Formula Libre and Formula M combined. Up next, first heat we're going to be covering for SuperHatch. Looks like we're almost under green flag conditions there at pre-race, and SuperHatch about to roll out onto the circuit for the second time today. It's the first time we see them on our live coverage, but great to have them as part of this package from round one of the Extreme Festival, regional side of things. And we managed to catch up with some of the top contenders, some of the junior drivers in this category. Christian van Wyk was one of them yesterday in the pre-race press conference.
Okay, so next up on the program, the SuperHatch category. These guys always go out there, modified cars, all sorts of things. The only rule is I think they've got to be a hatch-shaped sort of car. Set to 90, these cars, you're driving Jono's old Honda Civic, bit of a handful around this track, eh?
Absolutely. I think that back does get a bit wiggly at times, especially in the wet, and I think tomorrow's race we're expecting about 70% of rain. So hopefully the car's a bit of a jet ski around there as well tomorrow.
And obviously just late on the brakes in the rain and then try and hold it steady.
Absolutely. I think it's going to get quite wiggly coming out of the corners as well, looking at what's happening in testing today. There's a lot of guys losing on the final bend into the pit straight, so I think it's just keeping it clean and keeping some tidy lines.
Good luck to you on that one. Looking over there, Christian van Wyk, you're looking a little bit nervous here. Don't be so nervous. I think you're more nervous in front of the TV than you are racing. Just tell us about your car in SuperHatch.
So, Ford Figo, ST150 engine from a Fiesta. Basically stock suspension, only a bit hardened springs. Basically stock brake disc size, everything. It's basically a Fiesta and a Figo shop.
Okay, so more of a standard type car. Jenny, I'm not going to ask you anything about your car.
Please don't.
You just sort of drive that car, don't you?
Okay, yes.
Tell us about SuperHatch, what it's like being out there with these guys.
Well, it's exciting. It's something new. I'm going to learn. I'm going to one day get to beat them, hopefully. But yeah, it's really fun. I'm looking forward to racing with all of them this year.
Well, guys, we wish you all of the very best. Go out there, put on a great show, and stay on the tarmac.
Okay, we will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Over to you, Greg.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, making the way to the track now for SuperHatch action. Always expect to see some great battles in this one as they back out on track. And you can see a couple of new contenders in there with Jenny Henning joining this pack of cars. Nice to see that. It's Set Naidu and Darren Gunnison that'll be on the front row there for Trans-Africa Racing. Mark du Toit also in the third of the Trans-Africa Racing Honda Civics alongside Francis Aldrich. That'll be the front row, because that's the revised version and the inverted grid for race number 2 as well. So watch out for Carl Stoltz and Quentin Viljoen coming through the pack. Then it is George Aldrich and Tishan Governor ahead of Ishmael Beloy and Christian van Wyk. We just chatted to him. Jonathan du Toit, Andre de Lange and Jenny Henning at the back as they come down to take up their positions for race 2 start of SuperHatch. Also running on Dunlop tyres. Great to see. We heard from our team at ATS early on in the day, chatting to Dave about the amount of involvement they've got now in various categories around the country, and SuperHatch is one of them. Great to see the involvement there from the Dunlop brand. And it's providing some rubber for these guys and girls to go racing on. It's an 8-lapper coming your way. Standing start, and as I said, an inverted grid for this one, as they are ready to go now for their second heat. We got a green flag at the back. We're just waiting for some PR work to be done there from the Dunlop team, getting some Broly babes onto the grid. Those photographs ready for social media later on today. So it is Naidu and Gunnison, du Toit and Aldrich, Stoltz and Viljoen. Forward to a big battle between them and the rest of this pack of cars as they are now under starters orders with the 5-second board. Lights are on, and it's time to go down towards turn 1 in anger. Here they go. Stoltz getting a good start there from the back of the pack, coming through there for Pretoria no Toyota. They're trying to get through there as rapidly as possible. Everybody else starting to fan out the back running team. Jonathan du Toit trying to make his way to the front end of his class as soon as possible. Big dive on the inside there from his brother Mark, who's looking to try and squeeze through there for a potential win in the Class A for SuperHatch. They come out of turn 2. They've now sorted things out, and we've got 3 Hondas by the looks of things fighting at the front end. But at this point in time, it's a Toyota that leads out, and Pretoria no Toyota's Carl Stoltz has hit the front. 3 Hondas side by side, and a bit wide and weary there from the 35 car. Oh, lot out of shape. Right across the nose, and how did Jonathan du Toit miss him? And a little tag as they came into the latter part of turn 4. So turn 4's had some action today, and some more of it coming out of SuperHatch. Christian van Wyk making his way up rapidly, as you can see there, slowly but surely coming into the back end of this second pack of cars, and Quintus Viljoen is under attack. Quintus Viljoen, I beg your pardon. Quintus Viljoen already under attack there from the youngster Christian van Wyk, putting an amazing effort in there from his side to close that gap down. Closing down, of course, on Set Naidu. Darren Gunnison, I think, was the man who went a little bit hayward there and ended up on the outside. Very lucky to be avoided by almost every other category, every other car out there as well. There's some work to be done now as they're going into the second lap of anger. Yeah, that was extremely close, there's no doubt about that. We've really seen a massive incident between Formula V's in turn 4 today, and almost a repeat of it there between two Hondas, as they came very up close and personal. I think if it had been anybody else in that car other than Jonathan du Toit, it might have been a little bit worse for wear. Onto the back straight away they come. And Jonathan du Toit now trying to close down on Christian van Wyk. You can see him just up the road there. Bit of work to do for du Toit. Valois is behind him and Aldrich. And then it's Tishan Govender and Gunnison coming through. Already ahead of Jenny Henning on that last pass. So that's how they line up. Stoltz from Mark du Toit. Du Toit in second. Looks like Francis Aldrich has closed the gap down there slightly in the open Corsa. Set and Naidu just ahead there of Quintus Viljoen and then Christian van Wyk. Van Wyk having a good run there, staying ahead now of Jonathan du Toit. Right now, top three are Class A. Got a bit of a gap now to Christian van Wyk, who leads out Class B and still keeps Jonathan du Toit at bay for now. Ishmael Beloy coming through there behind him. And in fact, Beloy, I think, may have just lost out there ever so slightly. Ish is in the black and orange car. Peugeot coming through the field. And Gunnison making up some ground. So that's how things stand. Gunnison, who's now got ahead of him. But Darren Gunnison is a Class A competitor, so he'll have a little bit of extra squirt in that machine of his. Stoltz continuing to lead things out there for Pretoria Noord. Pretoria Noord Toyota man doing it all right, and staying ahead of Trans-Africa Racing's Mark du Toit. Francis Aldrich behind them, just looking to keep both the Toyota and Honda honest for now in the Opel Corsa. Who's just a little bit further back from these four. Let's get a shot of him here, and there he is, just in the foreground. Watching the background there, that's the gap now between fourth place Naidu and the top three, and a similar distance there on that gap between Seta Naidu for fourth and Quintus Viljoen in fifth. Remember, the lead car there in second is the Class B leader, Christian van Wyk, and he's now got Jonathan du Toit on his tail. Now under a bit of pressure from the Class B leader, and it might be a good plan there for Christian van Wyk to do just that. Quintus runs wide. Jonathan du Toit might make him pay for it as well. Looks like du Toit might just be able to get the head there of the Polo. No, just a little bit extra around the outside there, and Quintus keeps Jonathan du Toit at bay. Not easy to do that, I can tell you. Good move there from him to stay in between, and it's exactly what Christian van Wyk was hoping for. Try and keep Jonathan du Toit behind him by at least a car. Du Toit eventually gets through though into turn 4, so it's only about 2 or 3 car lengths now between the top two in Class B as they head to the top of the hill. Trans-Africa Racing, Jonathan du Toit up to second place now, closing down on Christian van Wyk for the lead of Class B. Gannison's got problems here, big time. That car is out of shape on numerous occasions now. And it's got a broken exhaust, it's got a broken other things as well. Maybe a steering column there, Paul, because he can't even turn left or right. But there's definitely a broken exhaust on that car, and he's battling to turn the car as well. And he's trying to stay out there. And there you can see the exhaust pipe lying on the floor. And the muffler just hanging on by a couple of zip ties. That's the exhaust pipe going to be a cause of concern there for the CIC. We'll have to keep an eye on that if that is the case. But once again, it's now du Toit onto the back end of Van Wyk. Christian van Wyk is definitely going to be in for a fight of note here if Jonathan du Toit can bridge that 2-car gap distance between himself and Van Wyk. I don't think you're going to catch Set and Naidu. The top 4 Class A competitors getting away, but Class B certainly heating up here. Ishmael Beloy further back from that is still hanging on for 3 as we go back to Class A and Mark du Toit in the Silver Dream Racer. Favorite color there, I think, of Mark du Toit. One of his race cars have been a silver design of some nature. As he closes once again onto the back end of Carl Stoltz, trying to bridge the gap there on the leader with 3 to go. I think Carl Stoltz has got his mind set on a victory here. Keep it all together. That's the plan. That is certainly the plan that Stoltz would like to achieve by the end of this one. And he's gone quicker than anybody else out there on that last pass. A 15.4 coming out of Carl Stoltz, and in fact a 15.079 is his fastest lap. But looks like he's trying to stay in those 15s and stay in ahead of Mark du Toit and Francis Aldrich. Problems here though as George Aldrich starts to put the Peugeot on attack mode. For a chance now to possibly spoil Beloy's chances of a podium in Class B. There's a dive on the inside from Jonathan du Toit for Class B's lead. Nearly made it stick. Van Beek just keeping him honest, but now here comes Gunnison. Darren Gunnison into the mix there with Jonathan du Toit with a very ailing car. Heading into turn 5 and he's through on both the Class B competitors. But now here's the problem. It can't turn right at all. It's battling to turn right, that car. And with that exhaust pipe, you can see he runs wide. Van Beek follows him through, trying to stay on the inside of Jonathan du Toit and keep him between himself and a possible overtake maneuver into turn 8 G&H Transport corner. Mechanical Masters Ford Figo with a Fiesta engine in it is running in side-by-side formation with Trans-Africa Racing's Honda Civic of Jonathan du Toit, and they're going to stay side-by-side as they go into turn 1. Whoa! Setanadu, a little bit out of shape down into turn 2. Second of the Trans-Africa Racing Hondas, and now going to be the 4th one because he'll drop to the back even behind Ishmael Beloy if he's in the kitty litter right now. He's got to try and stay on track if he can. And Gunnison now also slows up out of turn 2. So whatever's broken on the car might have broken for good now. Lots of action in turn 2 for both the Trans-Africa Racing Honda Civics. And speaking of Honda Civics from Trans-Africa Racing, is there a change up for the lead in Class B? Yes, there is. Du Toit hits the front. Van Beek down into second. Mechanical Masters Ford drops into second place now with Van Beek at the wheel. Quintus Viljoen behind them, of course, is a Class A competitor. But he's still fighting hard. Here comes Van Beek around the outside. Jonathan du Toit goes defensive up towards turn 5. They are side by side out of turn 5. Du Toit going to be on the inside. Oh, that's not good. Trans-Africa Racing 1 and 2 that started on the front row of the grid are now on the outside of turn number 2. Possibilities of the need for the safety car here in the closing stages. Last lap has started. Well, hopefully they all stay out of harm's way there. Carl Stoltz leads onto the last lap ahead of Mark du Toit. Comfortably over about 2-second gap there between himself and du Toit in second. Francis Aldrich further 3 seconds back there for third. So it looks like the safety car won't be needed with only a lap to go. Up towards the top. And no worries at all there for Pretoria Nuts. Carl Stoltz, he's going to hang on for this one. Good run to the line here for him. Mark du Toit will be probably a little bit disappointed with second place, although second place is a good start for the second race of the season there for du Toit. Down the hill and towards the checkered flag they come. The top 3 all in shot. Stoltz, du Toit and Aldrich will win out Class A, and top 3 honours there overall as well for SuperHatch. Further back we'll be watching for Jonathan du Toit. Has du Toit gone missing? Oh yes, du Toit's made a mistake. So Quintus Viljoen has gone through and he's got ahead of Van Beek. And Christian Van Beek looks like he's going to hang on for the win in Class B. The blue and white polo, that is the man in 4th place for Class A. Christian Van Beek is going to take the win for Class B. Something went wrong there with du Toit on that last lap. And Van Beek comes through to steal the victory from him. Du Toit in second. George Aldrich should be the next car in the shot in the background there. That's the Peugeot. If he comes through there, he'll get third in Class B. Here is the man who was sitting on the front row at the beginning of the race, and he's now standing on the sideline at the end of it. Carl Stoltz, Mark de Toy, Francis Aldrich in top 3, with Quintus Falloon coming through there for 4th place in Class A. And then in Class B, it's Christian van Wyk ahead of Jonathan de Toy and George Aldrich. George Aldrich could be C though, I just want to get confirmation on that, so that might move Ishmael Beloy up into what is the 3rd position for Class B. But that's how we wrap up SuperHatch here, and their proceedings at round 1 of the Regional Extreme Festival here at Zwartkops, the International World of Motoring. Up next, we go back into what we started with this morning, PABAR Volkswagen Challenge classes A and C. Yeah, I don't think there's any C cars. There's no class C cars. There's only A and B on the grid. Yeah, there's only A and B. Doesn't matter, no problem. You know them better than I do, so. Probably are. Back on track for the second time today, PABAR Volkswagen Challenge classes A and C. And Wayne Masters taking the first victory earlier on today, despite some big fights with his brother Bevan and with Rory Atkinson, who was looking for a chance to be at the front end ahead of both the Masters boys. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out. So waiting down on the grid now, two Dunlop girls, also with Dunlop shod machinery, about to go to battle once again. Wayne Masters looking for a double victory here on the day, but it'll be Bevan Masters who starts ahead of him on the grid, and Rory Atkinson and Valdi Mikes will be just behind. Atkinson will definitely have the advantage of that inside line. We've spoken about on a few occasions in the past about the possibilities there of that inside line being a slightly better traction line than the outside one. On a few occasions you see guys that are in second place or in fourth place on the grid having an opportunity of getting off the line a bit better. So Wayne Masters will certainly be looking to try and get around the front end of this field if he can from that position. Standing by for that green flag at the back of the grid. Just waiting for Graham Nathan, by the looks of things, to make a final adjustment to one of the cars as he makes his way off there from Nathan's Motorsport. And once he's out of harm's way, we will be good to go for race 2 starter of classes A and C of the PABAR Volkswagen Challenge. Green flag pops up at the back of the grid. We go under starters orders now for the second time today, and expect to see some big battles amongst the Class A and Class C competitors as we did in race number 1. Nicole Lombard at the back end of that field, certainly looking to get slightly higher up than what she was in the first one, but watch out for the battle between the two Nocios boys there. Yotti taking the first victory ahead of Stelio, so there'll be, I'm sure, a little bit of niggling between the two of them to see who's going to get the second victory here today. 30-second board goes up, changes to 5. 5 seconds, we go into big race number 2 of PABAR Volkswagen Challenge. There we go. Great start from everybody heading towards turn 1, and once again it is around the outside from Bevan Masters, hanging onto that outside line and not doing what I thought would happen. Wayne Masters was trying to use that inside line to his advantage. Didn't quite work out because he has dropped down to third place behind the bulk logistics car there. Looks like there's going to be a little bit of maneuvering there from Rory Atkinson up into second place. So he is up into that second spot at this point in time, now moving around into turn 3. Brilliant option as they head through into the back straightaway for the first time. Brilliant stuff here from everybody, getting through there relatively unscathed. No worries at all there from them, and hopefully looking for a chance now to be at the front end. Up to the top of the hill we go, into turn 5. The top 3 are going into turn 5 and 6 now, and a bit of pressure coming from Wayne Masters onto the back end there of Atkinson. Mikey's ahead of Smallberger, Dale, and then it's Dean Ross. Dean Ross just behind Sam Dristel as they head down the hill. And then just have a look and see in the background Mike Barbaglia. Oh, problems there for one of the cars, peeling into pit lane. Not the way that Diavolteron, I think, wanted to finish up. That was Diavolteron peeling into the pit lane there. Looks like there's a bit of a change-up as well expected there as they came across the line. Yes, Didion Farner just ahead there of the 810 car. And that is Luigi Ferro who's putting the pressure on Tim Farner as they go down towards turn 2. So Class A at this stage, hanging on to the front end. And Farner ahead of Ferro. Turn 4 camera working on that to get it back to us, but changed up the angle of turn 1 camera just to give you another option. Not a bad angle there, Dave Peterson. I've got to say that's one of the they cut through there to try and hang on to it. You can see they're all flying through there to try and hang on to the top end of the field. Now, as we get to the front end, this is Masters putting the pressure onto Atkinson. How's that? Locking up into turn 5 there, and the back wheels just completely stop in the air as they climb on the brakes up into turn 5. Smallberger applying a huge bit more pressure onto main squeeze than what we saw in the first one, and the same thing can be said there from Dean Ross. Dean Ross all over the back end of Dale. We'll move on the outside there from Masters to try and get through. Can he find it? No, he can't. Atkinson keeps him honest. Keeps him at bay for now as they come flying through and completing another lap. 10 lapper, we've done 2 of them, 8 to go. Now onto the brakes, they head down into the last part of turn 2. This is real interesting stuff here between these first couple of contenders in Class A. They haven't really given each other any inkling of what they want to be doing by the time this race finishes up. Right, across the line they come again. This is the reverse angle from turn 1. Try and sort that on turn 4 camera, working friendly to get that up and running, guys. See how it looks from a slightly different angle here at turn 1. So looking in the background also gives us an option to see if there's going to be a possibility of weather changes in the closing part of the day's proceedings. Back up to the top of the hill. Looks like we've got some problems there for the 24 car of Dimitri Zaverio. Dimitri Zaverio is on the inside. Oh, Masters with some problems as well. He pulled to the inside line there. I wonder what the issue there was on him. That's the reason why. There's a car on the outside and safety car. Safety car has been deployed. So the safety car being deployed there to pick up on our leaders. It'll be looking for Bevan Masters. Masters is heading down the hill now. And he'll get picked up. There must be, the reason for it is Safiro's car was in harm's way in a big way. So now we're under safety car. And the safety car now due to an incident up in turn 5 and 6. That's the reason for it. Dimitri Zaferio's car was in harm's way and basically had to be removed from the circuit with the assistance there of our Zwartkops and Kyle Army Marshals combined. I'm going to pull it just behind the barrier there and we should be able to go racing again. There's a very good possibility that we're going to see that car just reversed behind the pit barrier wall, or the barrier wall there at turn number 6, Kenwood Corner. Another lap under safety car before we can get underway again here for PABAR Volkswagen Challenge race number 2. Classes A and C are on track. It's Dimitri Zaverio's car that had to be pulled off the circuit after an incident up at turn 5 and 6. And we'll wait and see exactly how they sort things out there from that point of view. Masters, Atkinson and Masters are your top 3. Moldy Mikey, Short Smallberger, Dale and Dean Ross ahead of Babaglia, Mfana, Ferro, Nicole Lombard. Then it's Yotti Nusias ahead of Bjorn Berthold. That's for the lead of Class C. Didn't really get to see much of them before the incident, but we will be picking up on that action as soon as we get back and into the race proper. Safety car pulling away from the front end, so we are under starter's orders again. Bevan Masters is going to dictate the pace across the line. Remember, there's no overtaking until you cross that finish line. And that's where we will start the action once again with 6 laps to go. Make it 5 as they cross the line this time. So half race distance achieved, and another 5 laps of sprint race action coming away now for Class A and C of PABAR Volkswagen Challenge. Masters from Atkinson, Masters from Meinkies, then it's Smallberger, Dale, Dean Ross, Mike Bavaglia. Much better start this time from Mike B as he heads in towards turn 2, trying to stay on the back end there of Dean Ross. And as they come down on the braking, you can see also a little bit of a late braking maneuver there from Mfana, Ferro, Lombard. And it looks like it is Yotti Nusia still leading things out in Class C. So he's got, at this stage, is that Bjorn Berthold? Yeah, Bjorn Berthold and Steliar for 2nd and 3rd in Class C. Cruiser in 4th in the ATE brakes car. That's where it stands, coming out of turn number 2 and heading on to turn 3. And we're still working frantically there on our turn 4 camera. There we go, it's back again. Here we go, heading into that one, and the battle continues there. As you can see, the 79 car there under a little bit of threat. So there's some pressure being applied at the back end of the field too. Charles Anderson soaking up that pressure, trying to find a way through on Michael Zafiro just up the road from him, but also staying ahead of Dino Smith. That's how things stand in Class C's back end as they come down the hill. This is Class A's, and here comes Class C. Here they come. Class C's leader, Yotti Nosios. Big move on the inside there from the PABAR car of Berthold. And has he been able to get through? Oh, he's squeezing Yotti. Looking for a way past. Oh, there's a touch on the main straightaway between the two of them. Well, that's one way to get through. Just force your way through and then cut the nose off. Berthold now ahead of the two Nosios boys, and Yotti wasn't too happy about that. And We Fix Cars car comes straight back, and yeah, there you go. Having a big look on the inside and returns the favour. So whatever you can do, I can do. And that's exactly what it is. 1 for 1 heading into turn 2. Now out into turn 3 and onto the back straight away. Nicole Lombard trying to stay out of harm's way there. Not always an easy thing to do there. But let me tell you something, you're going to have your work cut out for you, because there's a huge battle behind coming along for the ride. Yotti Nusias now trying to come back at the man who was very, very strong in his overtaking maneuver there in Bjorn Berthold. Stelio now trying to come back at Yotti. You're going to have what it takes you under braking up into turn 5. Nusias boys looking behind them in the rearview mirrors. They'll see that ATE brake machine of Philip Cruiser coming along for the ride as well. So it's certainly not done here between these competitors. Further up the field, into Class A we go. Masters up in the 2nd place behind Bevan. So Wayne Masters has moved ahead now of Rory Atkinson. Atkinson at this point in time sticking right on the bumper of Wayne Masters in the Performance Masters Polo. Is Valdi Meinkies and Smallberger fighting for 4th behind that, and then a little bit of a gap to Dale. Dale down to Dean Ross in the Norbrake car. And then behind that you can see starting to make his way up onto the back end, but hasn't quite bridged that gap, is Mike Bavaglia. So Mike Bavaglia with a bit of work to do to catch Dale and Dean Ross. We'll wait and see if that's actually going to happen in the closing stages here. We've got 2.5 laps to go. And on to the brakes into turn 6 they come. And a little bit of a gap now being closed down there between Wayne Masters and Bevan. Wayne Masters has closed down on Bevan Masters big time there. Mike Bavaglia still with a bit of a fight on his hands in the background as well. PABAR car having a super run so far, but Sabertech also starting to get into the mix. Oh, there's a change up. Philip Cruiser diving on the inside of Yotti Nosios. I wonder if Yotti's got some damage on that car after that little tag between himself and Bjorn Berthold, because Philip Cruiser has managed to get past him and Stelio has got away from him. There is Class C's leader in the R Energen machine, I should say, or Renogen machine. That is Bjorn Berthold. And then behind that you can see Nosios under attack and losing out on that battle to the man from ATE. We've got 2 to go, lap and a half to go here as they head to the top of the hill. Masters and Masters 1 and 2, Atkinson in 3. So it's CPS Warehouse versus Performance Masters versus The BHIT Bulk Logistics Polos. Holding Monkeys and Derek Smallberger just behind that. Here is Class C's leader, once again seeing the Renogen car of Berthold pulling away now from Stelio. And from Chasing Cars having a super run there now, this time in Heat 2. Ahead there of Yachty and Philip Cruiser. Cruiser, in fact, ahead of Yachty. Last lap starts now for the Masters boys, and it's Wayne Masters who starts the lap in the lead. So Wayne Masters must have dived into turn 8 to get ahead of Bevan, and he's made it stick. Now can he keep it together for the next 7 corners? Very important to do that as he goes into the back straightaway once again, leading for the first time in this race after the safety car. Rory Atkinson looking to dive on the inside into turn 4. He's having a big look into turn 4. Bevan Masters opened up the door and Rory said, I'll have that. Thanks very much. I'll take second place if you don't want it. As he heads to the top of the hill, Bevan Masters might be having a little bit of issues here on the car in the closing stages. They've got 3 corners to go. And he's dropped to 3rd. So it is Wayne Masters looking for the victory here for the second time today. As they head down the hill, it looks like it's plain sailing for him. And he's going to go to the flag to take the victory here. Here we go. Checkered flag is out for Wayne Masters for the second time, and the Performance Masters Polo wins out. Ahead of BHIT Bulk Logistics, Rory Atkinson, CPS Warehouse in 3rd place with Bevan Masters at the wheel. Monkeys in 4th, I beg your pardon. And it's Derek Smallberger there in the 5 spot. Berthold, Nocios, and Cruiser will be your top 3 in Class C. As Philip Cruiser's pulled ever so slightly away. In fact, watch out in the background there, Dave. Zafiro coming to the line, possibly going to steal Yotti Nocios' 4th place away from him in the closing stages. There goes your leader in Class C and the winner, Berthold from Stelio Nocios. Now the WeFix Cars just stays in 4th place behind the man who stole 3rd away from him earlier on in the race there, Philip Cruiser. Michael Zafiro nearly got through though. So awesome to see that race action. And of course Wayne Masters, Rory Atkinson, Bevan Masters, Valdi Monkeys and Derek Smallberger were your top 5 in Class A. Bjorn Berthold, Stelio Nocios, Philip Cruiser, Yotti Nocios, and Michael Zafiro, your top 5 in Class C. Up next, we head back into some Toyota racing as Gazoo Racing GR Cup makes its way back onto the track for another 10 laps of action and their second heat of 2023.
No, I don't know what happened, but it's definitely something to do with the inverter. Yeah, I went down and checked the inverter and the green light came on. So I went up and checked the white cable and that wasn't powering up. No, I didn't change the inverter or the battery. We just started up again. Negative. It's not. It's on a battery at the moment. It doesn't seem like they're all charged. I've got 125 minutes on this one. And I found 2 of them flat already. Yeah, I'm going to put a battery on charge now on the mains, but if I get a gap now, I can actually run off mains. Yeah, me and Paul tried that and we couldn't get it going, so that's why I'm on battery again. But if I get a moment, are you on my shot at the moment?
Back on track now for the second time today, and in 2023 the debut of the 86 League as part of SA Gazoo Racing's GR Cup. We've got 6 Toyota Yaris 4x4s out front and 6 Toyota 86s at the back with our media contingent, and there is our GR Cup racing stable at the top end of the circuit. Great to see the initiative being put together here by Toyota South Africa and the Gazoo GR Cup, driven by Netstar, as they are now about to go to battle once again. We've got 6 media contenders in the 86s and 6 junior drivers in the front end of this field. The initiative here from Toyota, of course, is to move some youngsters into the Yaris League at the front end, including Saad Variawa, Nick Vastanis, Cara Hill, Chris Pretorius, Ryan Nika, and Tariq Adam. Those are your top contenders in this one for the Yaris League. And then Thomas Faulkner and Mark Jones stay in the the GR Cup, this time out in rear-wheel drive Toyota 86s. And they are joined by Sechaba Masigo, Brandon Staniforth, Ruben van Niekerk, and Chad Luckoff from Auto Trader. This is where we'll get them getting a little bit of heat into that Dunlop rubber. Another category that is assisted by the ATS group and Dunlop tyres on these machines. Trying to get a bit of heat into them, and you can see just in the background, that's a little concerning, that big dark cloud. But hopefully we'll get to the end of the day's racing with 4 to go before we get any wetness onto the surface below the race cars. Chad Luckoff was telling me that these 86s, particularly in the wet, are quite a handful. They get a bit of understeer and oversteer going there on a few occasions if they put the loud pedal down a bit too much. Remember, they do run a automatic box in them, so it's running on the auto box with a paddle shift, which means they've got to run to what the car's ability is in terms of its rev capabilities on that auto change. Which means you've got to drive around this a little bit and play around with the settings that you've got option to play with in terms of your ability as a race driver. 2 race drivers in that field, in Mark Jones and Thomas Faulkner. A couple of guys who might have had a little bit of racing experience in the past would be Chad Luckoff in the Auto Trader car, but certainly huge experience with Saad Variawa leading this pack. Last year's runner-up in the GDC Championship, and he'll be now looking to try and wrap this one up ahead of Nicky Vastanis as they head towards turn 1 and start the proceedings. Vastanis tucks in behind him. Cara Hill and Chris Pretorius side by side into turn 2 as we start the 86 League, with Thomas Faulkner getting the drop there, trying to hang on ahead of Chaba Matigo and Brandon Staniforth. Getting through there in the 7.5 car will be Ruben van Niekerk. Much better start this time out from Rubes as he heads down towards turn 2. Going to dive on the inside and get through there on Shachaba, but looks like there's some work to be done as he's got both Staniforth and Mashaba ahead of him. So, not Mashaba, Mashigo. It's Sechaba Mashigo. So I've got to get those names right. First time I've been saying that in anger, so apologies there. Sechaba. Needless to say, it is some great action again in the Gazoo Racing Cup. Up towards turn 5 and past the Gazoo Racing stable on the right hand side, the old Zoc Club, now taken over by Toyota and GR Cup as their VIP facility here at Zwartkops. A better run there from Ryan Nika, comes out of a karting background, and in the background keeping an eye out on the progress of Tariq Adam, who comes out of sim racing. So if you didn't see any of the race action earlier on, these youngsters of course all giving an opportunity to race now in this Yaris League of the GR Cup. And look at that, massive amounts of pressure being put on from Ruben van Niekerk's point of view onto the back end of Mark Jones. No, they certainly are feeling a little bit more racy in race number 2. Luckoff on the back end as well. He had a bit of a problem at the end, in the middle of race number 1. He was lying top 4 and just had a bit of a loop out and ended up off track coming onto the main straightaway, which when I spoke to him earlier in the day, he said if you make any mistakes in these 86s, because of the way that they set up and because they're running that auto box, very difficult to recover from a mistake. So you've got to be as smooth as you can in these race cars to ensure that you can stay in contention for the win. Saad Variawa getting away now from Nicky Vastanis. Vastanis soaking up the pressure from the 121 of Chris Pretorius, who's putting massive amounts of pressure onto Cara Hill. And Cara Hill slowly but surely just soaking that pressure up from Chris Pretorius. Ryan Nike a lot quicker this time than what he was in the first heat, and a lot closer to the action for what is second place. And the same thing can be said there for Tariq Adam. I've got to tell you though, the 86s are a lot closer to the back end of that field of Yaris's up front as well, as we see a little bit of off-track excursion there from Mashigo. It's looking real tasty. Mashigo with the pressure coming from behind in the form of Mark Jones. Jonesy with the yellow wing mirrors, looking for, I was going to say with the yellow wing mirrors further back, but that was going back into the Yaris Cup now. And those yellow wing mirrors of Chris Pretorius. Looks like he might have got through there. No, he hasn't. Cara Hill is still there. Beg your pardon, it's Cara Hill who has the yellow wing mirrors there. Chris Pretorius behind that with the red wing mirrors. And then it's purple and magenta of Ryan Nike and Tariq Adam. Already pressure coming from the back onto Tariq Adam from the leading 86 of Thomas Falconer. He's certainly got to grips with this car very quickly. And they'll be looking forward, of course, heading down to Cape Town for the first round of the National Championship Extreme Festival. Although there are some National Championship categories racing in next weekend's 9-hour, they don't form a part of the official Extreme Festival side of the championship. That kicks off in Cape Town in the Mother City at the end of March. Definitely something to be watching out for on your calendars. We'll be bringing you some live stream action from that as well, as we continue to watch this battle between Mark Jones and Mashigo. Behind them, as I said, a much better start coming out of Brendan Staniforth and from Ruben van Niekerk, but they have not been able to capitalize on those starts to run with Mark Jones. That's the lead car from the 86 League, from the Times Live, Thomas Falconer. Last year's Lotus Challenge champion. So he's probably got a little bit of extra bits and pieces to play around with when it comes to experience in a race car compared to the man he's about to catch, who spent most of his time behind the screen of a computer or a PlayStation and Xbox rig, coming from the sim racing world and getting an opportunity now to go and race with the real racers on track. Slightly different strategy you've got to have on a real race car. You don't have the ability to push a button to reboot the car and restart everything if something goes wrong. But certainly a really nice effort being put in there from Gazoo GR Cup to ensure that the sim racers get a representative here at this level of racing. Back straight away, and Variawa continuing to control things from the front, getting down to 13.7s. So some good lap times coming in from Saad Variawa. Bustanis into second place, still with some pressure coming from the back end in the form of Cara Hill. Cara not able to find a way through there on Nicky just yet. Chris Pretorius not able to bridge the gap onto the back end of them just either. But he's edging slightly closer, down to 1.4 seconds there for third and fourth. The gap there between the third place car of Hill and Pretorius in fourth. Falconer's through. He's got ahead now of Tariq Adam. And now it's second place, pulling away slightly there for the 777 of Mashigo, leaving Mark Jones and Brendan Staniforth in his wake at this point. Staniforth, although, has closed things down on the man from the Citizen. They're into the closing stages of this one. We've got 5 done and 5 to go, so the second half of the race has started. Not quite into the closing stages just yet. If you're watching those indicator lights flashing as they come into braking, that's due to the ABS system kicking in and showing that they can run these cars in race trim with a lot of the stock standard safety mechanisms that are available on these cars to the usual road consumers. If you look at the way particularly the Yaris's are set up, but the Toyota 86s have literally had the back of the car and the side of the car's passenger seat taken out, but they've still run with the full dashboard, the full roof lining, and whatever they try to save on weight in terms of pulling whatever the back of that cockpit is all about. And of course they are evenly matched when they put the roll cage into those race cars, so not really anything to differentiate in terms of the weight of the cars in race trim as opposed to what they would be in normal trim as well. See the support there from Gazoo and the GR Cup VIPs, loving all the action that's on track now with their class in full flight. And Variawa leading out over Vastanis. Vastanis is under a bit more pressure though. Cara Hill wants that second spot. There may be enough time here for Thomas Falconer to move even one position higher than what he did in the first race, if he's able to close down there on Ryan Nike. So first three, in fact the first four, I don't think will be in Thomas Falconer's range, but certainly Ryan Nike will be. As they come onto a little short straight down the hill towards G&H Transport Corner once again. And we'll start their third last lap. 3 to go. Hill using all the experience she gained over the last couple of seasons down in the Comcare Volkswagen Polo Cup, and now moving into the Yaris GR Cup, the Yaris League of the GR Cup. And she was chatting about the fact that everything seems to be a little bit smoother, a little slower, I would say, but it's not really slower, it's more calmer in the cockpits of these cars compared to the frantic activity she would normally be in amongst the pack of Polo Cup contenders. I think as this category grows, and it certainly is growing in leaps and bounds, if we look at the 6 extra cars that have been put onto track from Toyota's point of view, there's going to be opportunities for that to get a little bit more frantic and hectic in the cockpits of these race cars. A great debut here for Sechaba. Shiga having a fantastic run here for second place, and all on his own sim, ahead of a man who's been around in race cars a lot longer and possibly with a bit more experience than Sechaba Mashiga's got. But he manages to maintain what is second place in the 86 league. Saad Variawa, fastest lap of the race, 13.7. In what would be a stock standard Yaris, basically, into turn number 2. Bit of pressure there from Cara Hill this time. A little tap on the back end of Nikki Vastanis. So it looks like it's gloves off for these last 2 laps. Can we see those yellow wing mirrors ahead of the green one by the time the checkered flag comes out? There we go, 86, great shot there of those 86s of Mark Jones, with the pressure coming from Brandon Staniforth, who's closed down a little bit on that battle. There they come. Jonesy hangs on for now, but only just. The pressure's on there, that is for sure. Right, into the last lap, and Cara Hill once by. Can she find a way past Nikki Vastanis on this last lap? Vastanis has pulled about a car length there, or maybe 2 or 3 car lengths on that last pass as well. So he got a slightly smoother finish to that penultimate lap than what Hill was able to do. Hill in 3rd, Pretorius in 4th. Also just unable to get to the back end of that battle. In fact, falling into the clutches there of Ryan Nike. How far back is Falconer? Falconer could be in with a chance here of a top 5 overall in that 86. That'll be pretty impressive. This is 2 and 3 through turn 4. And still Vastanis and Hill not decided just yet. Although if we look at the way the gaps open up there slightly, I think Vastanis has got enough in hand to keep Hill out for now. Here they come. through turn 6, past Gazoo for the last time in anger. And down the hill comes Saad Variawa. 2 wins out of 2 starts. That's not a bad way to start your championship contention for Gazoo Racing Cup. He finishes up and comes through there to beat out Nicky Vistanis and Cara Hill. Incredible drive out of that man in the number 12 Times Live Toyota 86. In the 86 League, he will win out comfortably over Sechaba Mashigo, who's down onto the brakes into Gen 8's transport corner for his last run there. So that wraps up our race action from the Toyota's point of view and the SA Gazoo Racing GR Cup. How's this? There they come to the line. Lovely. Jonesy and Staniforth almost wing mirror to wing mirror, but Mark Jones hangs on to beat out Brandon Staniforth. Chad Luckoff coming through there in the closing stages, also right onto the tailpiece there of Jones and Staniforth, nearly spoiling their day from the Auto Trader man. Good effort there from him, and Ruben Finikirk going to come through there to finish up in 12th. Variawa with the fastest lap of the race on the last lap there, 13.723, beats out Nicky Vistanis and Cara Hill, and it's Thomas Faulkner, Sechaba Mashigo and Mark Jones, the top 3 in the 86 League. From Toyotas we go back to the Volkswagen brand, and it is Volkswagen Challenge Class B up next. As PABAR Volkswagen Challenge makes its way onto the track with Class B for the second time. We're watching over the top of the hill towards Kyalami and the north of Johannesburg. I can tell you there's a bit of a dark cloud headed this way, which could be ominous. Hopefully we'll get the the last 3 races in before some wetness comes down onto the surface. We've still got DOE Formula Vee partnered by CIM Lubri Fuel to be sorted out, and Car Care Clinic 111s and GD Sports and Saloons to be sorted out as well. So it's another 30 laps of race action coming away. 10 of them will be from PABAR Volkswagen Challenge Class B. And will it be more of the same at the front end? We saw some big battles at the front end of this one. Eventually it was Stian Kriel who led them to the line to win out. And he'll be looking to do the same again, keeping out Stuart Mack in the Class X car. Hopefully we'll see a little bit closer action there with Dr. Hannes Skeppers looking to try and get into the mix there as well, if he's able to get out there. He had a bit of a tough one in the first one. Caution Naidu and Bevan Williams had some big battles, so did Elna Cruiser. She eventually finished up in 4th place overall in the first heat. Great debut coming out of Ian Walker and from Pierluigi Mussolini's point of view in terms of joining Class B for the first time. That 1027 hot car of Charisse Piazzamusso had some problems with a bit of a tag in the mid-pack with the Cycles United car of Ian Walker. But they're all ready for more action in this big pack of 23 cars. 23 cars about to go at it once again here for PABAR Volkswagen Challenge Class B. And the reason that Class B are on their own is because they've got 23 cars in their pack, and it would have made too many cars on track if they joined the usual way of running things, and that would be combining Class A, B and C all in all. Yeah, not Class A and C, Mr. Mark Friedman. Maybe we've got Class E and F out there as well, and not the DJ, the red guys. Red flag at the front, waiting for the green flag at the back before we go racing. Looks like Mitch Garcia getting a little bit of help there just to be behind the line. With is that the COC? Yes, it is. Alder Deirdrick just helping him get onto the official race line in his grid position there from the GRT Racing Stable. Lindsay Kleur hoping for better luck than the first one. Ended up on the sidelines and off the track during race number 2. And looks like Robbie Cassani also being helped out to be in the correct grid box. Ethan Katsia is just up the road. You can see the blue car. What's that? 5th from the right hand side. There's Ethan, Mitch is there, 2 cars back. A couple of guys not quite getting those grid positions right and just being helped out by the COC. He gives a thumbs up. And looks like we're good to go. Watching for the rain in the background as well. We're watching for that for the rest of the day. 30 seconds will turn to 5. 5 will go to red lights. And those red lights off mean we go racing down towards turn 1 again for Class B's PABAR Volkswagen Challenge action. Revs pick up. Ooh, couple of guys off the line there a little quick. Cassani might be under a bit of threat there for a possible jump start, but he was out of the gates like a rocket ship. So Rocket Robbie Cassani heading down towards turn 1, maybe a bit too quick. Mitch Garcia in the mid-pack there. He's got Piazzamusso on his tail as the leaders head then towards turn number 2. Running wide there was Rajpal. Shin Rajpal. Oh, and some tagging in the background. Bevan Williams coming together with a 46 car. That is not the way they want to be starting that one, that is for sure. But it's Andre Needham who's the wrong way around at turn 2. It is Stuart Mack who's out front though, leading things over race 1 winner Stian Kriel as they head through turn 4. Charisse van der Merwe now trying to find a way through there on Karshan Naidu. And Kubi behind that. And looks like the Beer under a bit of threat as they went into turn number 4. But the front end is led out by the X-Class category car. And it looks like there might be some damage on the front end of this one. Marshall's working frantically to remove that car at turn 2. Is there going to be a possibility here of the need for a safety car? We've got another car off. That is Bevan Williams by the looks of things. Yes, it is. Bevan Williams out of race number 2 with some damage, and safety car has been deployed. Whoa! A couple of cars having to take evasive action there. Karshan Naidu was one of them going off track, not realizing. Beg your pardon. Not realizing that there's a frog in my throat, but not realizing that there's also the safety car board being deployed. Didn't think they would come into turn 1, heading towards turn 2 with marshals on track without a safety car. So safety car yet again being deployed here. That is Is that Robbie Cosani's car as well, by the looks of it? Just trying to pick up on that. No, it's Needham. Andre Needham. And a couple of cars out of this one. So it's Needham, Bevan Williams. Looks like Mike McGregor might have had a problem on that first lap as well. Srin Rajpal, we saw him spin out and have to go to the back of the field. So it looks like they've got all the cars out of the danger side of things. They roll through there with Stuart Mack in the X-Class car. Development car for the series, being piloted by Stuart Mack this weekend. Playing around with a couple of new options there, possibly for this championship and for other championships from a Volkswagen point of view. 1 litre turbo car leads out as the lights stay on the safety car. Doesn't look like they're going out for this one. They're going to probably stay out for one more lap under the safety car conditions. So it'll be 2 laps of race action under safety car, and a possible 8-lap sprint race to finish it up. Now staying out one more lap there is the Pretoria North Toyota 86, ahead of all our Volkswagen Challenge Class B contenders. Pierluigi Mussolini up into 7th place there by the looks of it. Francois van Sale, and then Ethan Kutsia and Robbie Cosani in the top 10. Also picking up on Ian Walker. Ian Walker is up to 4th place. First time out in Class B for him. There is that car. That's the Cycles United car just ahead there of Elna Cruiser. Some nice livery on that car as well from Ian Walker's point of view. You don't want to go too close with your cell phone on though, because you might pick up a QR code or 7 from that livery that he's running. Might get a shot of it here from our director. I think he heard me. Yeah, there you go. There's an idea. Don't put your cell phone anywhere near that car, because you might pick up a QR code that you're not supposed to have. Or you're going to find some kind of 3D animal if you look at it for too long. Probably going to be a bicycle of some nature. Cycles United are his sponsor. He's ahead there of Elna Cruiser in the ATE machine. Easy Parts machine behind that is Ross Butt, Pierluigi Mussolini tucking in behind Ross Butt. Looks like there's a little bit of extra pace here, so the 86 about to pull off. And Stuart Mack not giving it much time to get out of the way. Safety car moves out the way and Mack drops the hammer. He's trying to catch the rest of them at bay, but I think Stian Kriel was well aware of his intentions. Jacques Hayes, we haven't really mentioned him. He's in 3rd place. He's been there the entire time, but like a stealth bomber, he's been very quiet in that 3rd spot, not showing too much of his intentions just yet. But with 8 laps to go, those intentions could be shown. Kriel already showing those ones to get up to the front. Kriel squeezes through and gets ahead of Stuart Mack. Big move there from Ross Butt on the inside, looking to try and find a way through, but doesn't quite get there on Cruiser. Cruiser comes back at him as they go into turn 3. So a nice, pretty unfrantic start there, other than the action between these two are still side by side down that back straightaway. Kriel just hangs on in the WeFix cars machine to stay at the front end of Stuart Mack. Jacques Hayes looking to pounce on both of them. Walker joining the crew. Cruiser, Butt, then it's Mussolini, then it's Francois van Sale. Ethan Kutsia tucked in behind Francois van Sale, looking for a way through there for the JRT racing team. So Ethan Kutsia now moving himself up nicely right behind van Sale as they come through there. There's a bit of a gap down to what is now 10th place Robbie Cosani. Lindsay Kleur tucked in behind him. And it's Mitch Kutsia and Mo Karodia. This is a really frantic Class B battle here. This echoes the original start of what was Volkswagen Challenge about 10 or 12 years ago, where the battles were literally bumper to bumper all the way around, Zwartkops particularly. On a few occasions, the other circuits we went to as well. Take nothing away from the action that's been provided by Class A and C earlier on, but Class B definitely building up for something special here, as race 2 is now in the thick of it. We completed 2 under safety car, we've completed 2 now under race conditions, and we've got 6 to go. Back now with Mussolini right on his butt, actually. Looking for a way past is Pierluigi Mussolini. Francois van Sale also with a bit of pressure coming from Ethan Kutsia just behind them. Great to see Kutsia back in a race car. Remember, he had a massive moment and a big crash down at the East London Grand Prix circuit in the Comcare Polo Cup last year, which sidelined him for the rest of the season. And he's had to wait almost 6 months before he can climb behind the seat of a race car and into a race cockpit again. And he's now on the tailpiece there of Van Zyl, as we see a move on the inside. Raspat losing out there. Mussolini forces him wide onto the dirty stuff. Oh, you don't be running wide there. There's a new kitty litter section on the exit there of turn number 8, and it can be pretty bumpy. You can see around the outside of Van Zyl as he looks to get onto the inside of turn 2. Good possibility we may see a change up between the two of them coming on the exit point. Watching Elna Cruiser close down on Walker. Walker doing the same thing there to Jacques Hayes. Front end, yet again, the top two very evenly matched and so close between Creel and Mack. Jacques Hayes, Walker and Cruiser. Here comes Ethan Kutsia. Can he eventually make it stick into turn 4? They've been wing mirror to wing mirror there, him and Francois Van Zyl over the last 3 corners, and into 4. I think he might have just got ahead. Mitch Kutsia's got some intentions being shown there by Dr. Hannes Schippers, making a welcome return. Late dice here between Kutsia and Hannes Schippers. Remember, Hannes Schippers was on pole position for race number 1. So something went wrong on the Doc's car. He's been able to get back on track and use the advantage of the safety car to try and get him through there. Mo Carodia for Fast 5 Motorsport with Lindsay Kleur and the Doc on his tail. Definitely some intentions being shown there from Lindsay Kleur's point of view to get through there on Mo Carodia, and Dr. Hannes Schippers looking to do the same thing. The 27 car on the tailpiece there of Mo Carodia, and Mitch Kutsia in the mix there with them as well. You can see Hannes Schippers definitely means business here. He's not going to hold back on his intentions to get through there on Lindsay Kleur. I think he may have got through. Charisse Piazza Musso with Tanae and Kuba behind her. Hot 1027 car, I think might have a little bit of battle scars after that touch earlier on in race number 1. And maybe just feeling the effects of that here in race 2. This is nice to see as well, as we see a little maneuver up there from Mo Carodia. Staying ahead now of Robbie Kasani as they head towards turn 5. But here comes Hannes Schippers. Schippers looking to try and use Kasani as a bit of a blocker. He's going to sneak up on the inside of Kasani and try and do the same thing there on Mo Carodia. He's going to get through on Kasani, but he might not get through on Carodia. Kasani runs wide. Lindsay Kleur accepts the offer of that open door and forces Kasani wide and into a mistake. So 2 vital mistakes there from Kasani. Loses him not 1 position but 2. Can he come back here? Lindsay Kleur under braking for G&H? Yes, he can. So just getting on the inside and fortunate to survive that one. Caution United just up the road from this little battle we're watching into turn 1 as Hannes Schippers looks to go through there on Mo Carodia. Carodia in the Fast 5 Motorsport car keeps out the DDS machine of Hannes Schippers. Dane Fern Dental Surgeries and looking for a chance now to squeeze through on Fast 5. Oh, back to the front as the action picks up there between Stian Creel and Stuart Mack. Mack definitely once again looking for a way through there on Creel. He managed to get through earlier on, but Creel came back at him just after the safety car. Now let's see whether or not that Class X development car can find a way past on Creel. Creel just positioning the car perfectly there, not giving enough room for Stuart Mack to get through. Didn't go defensive, he just placed the car right there. But I think Stuart Mack's got something up his sleeve here with 2 to go. 2 laps to go now for Creel and Mack. Jacques is waiting in the background in 3rd place, waiting to pick up any pieces that may go wrong there between the top 2. He's keeping an eye out on the progress there of Ian Walker, but Walker's got his own problems. Those problems are coming from the ATE car of Elna Cruiser. So it's Creel and Mack 1 and 2. Hayes in 3, Walker and Cruiser in 4 and 5. A super little battle here in the closing stages. Kasani, is he coming back at Kleur? No, not yet. Schippers is through on Carodia. Hannes Schippers finding a way through there on Mo Carodia and now makes his way up into just outside the top 10. He's going to try and have to find a way on Kaushan Naidu, who's a little way up the road there, and it may not be enough time for him to catch Kaushan Naidu in these last lap and a half of race number 2 of Class B. PABAR Volkswagen Challenge, as always, putting on a fantastic show. There's big pressure coming from on the cruiser. Van Zyl, a little bit squirrely, coming out of turn 5. Kutsia goes through. You've got the Easy Parts car there, squeezing through there as well, of Ross Butt. So this is your Class B champion from last year, Hannes Schippers. It hasn't quite gone according to plan in terms of his first outing for Class B for 2023. As we start the final lap, he's ahead of Mo Karodia, but he should be up here with these two. They go down into turn 2 for the last time in anger, and this is where Stuart Mack is going to have to do something. If he wants this win in the Class X car, he's got to find a way through there on Stian Kriel. Kriel is going to make it exceptionally difficult for him to do that. We've seen how well Stian Kriel can just place that car, not to give any room for an overtaking maneuver to happen. Back up the hill they go for the last time. As I said, Jacques is still waiting there, and he'll pounce on anything that goes wrong if there is any mistakes out of Kriel or from Mack, but doesn't look like that's going to be happening. And it looks like Ian Walker's going to have to fight it to the line there with on the cruiser for 4th. This is great stuff. Ross Butt with Karshan Naidu all over the back end of him, looking for a way through, but the checkered flag is on standby, and once again it's going to be the WeFix cars polo of Stian Kriel to take the second victory of the day. Mack in second place, his second victory in Class X for PABAR Volkswagen Challenge Class B. As they come to the line behind them, it is Jacques, Ian Walker, Cruiser and Mussolini, with Ethan Kutsia beating out Francois Van Zyl, but eventually keeps out Karshan Naidu for the top 10. So some battles will be sorted out here between Robbie Kasani and Tanay Nkube. Kasani wins that one out, and looks like in the background Mitch Kutsia just been able to get through there to beat out Charisse Piazza Musso. So it is PABAR Volkswagen Challenge Class B that have now finished up their day's racing and their first round of the season for 2023 with a double victory there for Stian Kriel. Stuart Mack got the fastest lap of the day on the last pass there. As you can see, a nice little run there from 1 minute 15.668 from Stuart Mack. Jacques in third, Walker ahead of on the cruiser. It's Pierluigi Mussolini, Ethan Kutsia, Francois Van Zyl, Ross Butt and Karshan Naidu, your top 10. Up next, we're going back to the single-seaters with DOE Formula Vee, partnered by CIM Lubri Fuel. So from Extreme Festival action, the final two races start with DOE Formula Vee, partnered with CIM Lubri Fuel. Let's catch up with a couple of the drivers just before we get into race number 2.
Always a great race out on track, the Formula Vees. They are sponsored by DOE, partnered by CIM Lubri Fuel, new sponsor for this year. And that's great to have all these guys coming on because apparently they like you.
Well,
that's what they tell me.
Who would not like me? Yeah.
Tell us about your racing, that's more important.
Last year, winner of the association championship. So this year, we just want to keep that pace up to the likes of Peter and Yaku. You know, go from the mid pack and just break away from those guys. And I think we're going to have a good second heat and a good heat for race 1. So we'll see how the pace goes. Quali was interesting. So.
No, the weather conditions obviously coming into play. Yaku Schriks making a full go again this year, I believe.
I am, yes. I'm going to give it a bash. Obviously, I need to be realistic. I haven't raced competitively for 2 seasons. So I've got some catching up to do. But yeah, you know, we've got the experience to draw from and we'll see where that goes.
Well, I know you'll be near the front, that is for sure. And Peter Hills, he hasn't been racing for 3 seasons, but you have, by the way.
I've been racing for a lot more than 2 seasons.
Well, I saw Peter Hills, by the way, was at Syringa Spa, in Monocross Park, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway, Peter, tell us about this, the championship, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, we had an excellent year last year, obviously, and we're looking forward to 2023, obviously, and to defend at number 1. It's not going to be very easy. As you see, Yaku's back again. He wants to get his 6th championship, and hopefully, if I can keep the 1, I can get my 5th championship. So yeah, it's a lot of fighting. Lendel's out there, very strong, and actually, there's probably about 6 or 7 guys that can win the race today.
That's what we like about these Formula V's, I've got to be honest. Peter, good luck to you guys. By the way, that number 1 plate does get rather heavy.
Correct.
Over to you, Greg.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Choice words coming out of the man on the right-hand side of that interview, Jaco Schriks, after he had a big bash into turn 4 with Lennel Janssen. Just getting information from Theo Vermaak, the president, or the chairman of this association, saying that Lennel Janssen is doing okay. He's going to feel the effects of that tomorrow. But running through how the championship stands after race 1, MD Bester taking the victory, leads the championship over Brandon Hills on 17 points behind 20. Eric Boyens is on 3rd. Petey Hills is in 4th, but he's tied with Jaco Schriks, who gets a bonus point for the pole position. So those two are on 14 points, and they'll be back in the action again, as we see Jaco Schriks has rejoined. Unfortunately, the Bull Securities and Silver Lakes Volkswagen Formula Vee of Lennel Janssen will not be, after a big crash between himself and Jaco Schriks in turn 4 in race number 1. Van der Linde, Kyle Watt, Theo Vermaak and CF de Toy ahead of Marcel Bluchnoot as the top 10 in the championship heading into race 2 today. So that's how things stand. And remember that we also got the Dunlop Award going to Sean van der Linde and the ATS Award going to Theo Vermaak. They get themselves some vouchers from those 2 sponsors. Let's have a look at that big incident in turn 4. This is the reason that we don't have Lennel Janssen in this race. You can see Jaco Schriks just diving on the inside of Lennel Janssen. Lennel Janssen turns in very late and then just gets flipped over 4.5 times as he rolls end over end and side by side into turn 4's Kitty Litter, over turn 4's Kitty Litter, eventually ending up on the top of the car. And he got out, walked away fortunately, but unfortunately has not been able to get that car fixed in time for race number 2. Race number 2, we'll see Jaco Schriks and Lennel Janssen on the front row. Should have been. But of course that has now changed up to make it MD Bester and Brandon Hills, who will be looking to start things from the front end. That's how they'll be looking to try and start out today's proceedings now for race number 2. Let's see if they can keep it all together now. Hopefully everybody's staying on the black stuff and everybody's staying upright and on the 4 wheels that are available for what we like to call the 600cc brigade of single-seaters. They get so up close and personal, as you've just seen, that if they do touch wheels in these open wheelers, it can end up being very, very dangerous. Red flag at the front, just waiting for a clearance at the back before we go into the second race of DOE Formula Vee, partnered by CIM Lubri Fuel. First race, ATS and Dunlop Tires. Van 5-second board. Lights on. Drop the hammer, gentlemen. Hills with some problems on the line there, just trying to get off the line, and I think his wheels were actually turned to the right-hand side, and that caught him out ever so slightly. So Brandon Hills not winning the start he wanted. He's dropped right to almost the back of the pack of the cars as they head down into turn 2. MD Bester's certainly got a great start. He now leads off in towards the setting sun, or what would have been the setting sun at this stage, but of course we're under a bit of overcast and cloudy conditions here into the closing stages. Hopefully it's going to stay dry as opposed to not wet. Possibilities certainly going to be up for grabs. Have a look at this as they head towards turn 4. Roy Douglas in the mix there, looking for a chance to stay ahead of CF Du Toit as they come up to the top of the hill for the first time. Leaders already there. MD Bester. Brandon Hills, I'm not quite sure what's gone wrong with that car. Off the line, something must have broken, but he's definitely not where he wants to be. Jaco Strick certainly is, looking for second place into turn 5, and he's up there. Oh, in the background, big spinners there. 1-1-2 gets out of shape. Marcel Blucknot, CF Du Toit's got together with him, and I think it might have been Roy Douglas involved in that as well. So the 777 car also involved in that mix. Yeah, it's Ernie for Mark and Clinton Kane. Clinton Kane coming together there with those two cars spinning out at turn 5. MD Bester is checking out. Boyens in second place. Schrick's on his tail. And then right behind that they line up with Van der Linde, bringing up the tail end of that second pack of cars. The second pack are fighting for second place as Schricks eventually secures that second spot, gets ahead of Boyens. Peter Hills dives on the inside of the 75 of Carl Watt. Both out of Mangaza Racing stable now, so they are teammates fighting for what is 4th place as they go side by side onto that back straightaway just ahead of Sean van der Linde. Defensive driving from Schricks. He goes inside. This time not going to give up any room to Boyens as they go through turn 4. Behind them, it's the two Mangaza Racing boys, Hills and Carl Watt. Watt at this stage, behind Peter Hills, following up to the back end of Eric Boyens into turn 5. Yet again, another look there from Carl Watt. Oh, and our leader's gone wide. MD Best has made a huge mistake. MD Bester drops to 5th place from the lead of the race. So a massive moment there from him. That is going to be huge for this championship. MD Bester drops from the lead of the race down to 5th place with a mistake all on his own. He's now got Carl Watt in his sights though as they head towards GNH Transport Corner. And oh, it looks like in the background some problems there as well for Helder Gavaya. Looks like that might be a little bit wet on the top of the hill there. I wonder if there's a bit of rain at the top of the hill that we don't see. It looks like it might be raining at the top of the hill there, so that's probably why we're getting some cars spinning. Oh, these Dunlops are going to have to work double time now as they head down into turn 2. It's dry at 2 and 3, that's for sure. But as I said, we were expecting the rain to come in. We were hoping it was going to stay away for the last 2 races of the day. And another spinner. The 13 car getting out of shape as well. That's David Austin. Running in kind of Lotus colours there in his car. But Austin spins out at turn 8. Right, they're heading up to the top of the hill again. Let's see if that is actually the case. I'm just watching in the background to see if I can see any of the spectators getting out of harm's way. Yeah, they've moved off the veranda there at AMG Driving Academy due to the possibilities of wetness, and there you have it. Oh, Boyens out of shape. Sliding into turn number 5, and it looks like MD Best has made another mistake again. Yes, he has. Oh man, it's wet at the top of the hill there, and 2 cars that were in contention for the win, both of them leading out at the time that they spun, have now dropped back down into what is 5th and 6th place on track. So MD Bester made a mistake earlier on, and then a lap later it was Eric Boyens leading who made the same mistake. Now Jaco Schricks leads out over Peter Hills. Hills ahead now of Carl Watt. Carl Watt moving up dramatically compared to where he'd normally be in the association class, into 3rd overall. Sean van der Linde behind him. So van der Linde has crossed the line. Just waiting to see who picks up into that 5th place. I don't think it was going to be MD Bester according to the timing monitor that showed me earlier on, but we've got 9 laps of action still to come your way here, so it's not done yet. Just listening to the camera in the background there, you can hear a little bit of drops and possibilities of the rain coming down now, even at turn 4. You can see people looking for opportunities to get out of the rain on the sidelines as they come up under braking now. Jaco Schricks will know exactly what to do here. It's early braking, it's higher gears in the car so that the cars don't spin out. And Peter Hills will be looking to do the same thing there as well. They go now into turn 5 and 6. MD Besta looking for a chance as well. And you can see, they're all tapping around here gingerly compared to what they'd normally be. In the dry spots, they can give it everything they can again, and that's what's happening here down into turn 8. So it looks like the wetter part of the circuit is only at the top end of the track right now. Schrick's looking to turn his luck around after the big crash we saw at the start of this race. And reviewing what happened, of course, in race 1 between Jaco Schricks and Lennel Janssen. As I said, we heard there is some recovery being done there by Lennel Janssen. Looks like some problems here. Once again from the 13 car. Shape there again. And I tell you, it's not going to be an easy day in the saddle there. As we're seeing not only the 113 of Jaco Smith, but the 13 car of David Austin also starting to slip and slide. Schricks hangs on ahead of Peter Hills. Those two seasoned campaigners, multiple champions in their own right. 4-time champion leads the race. And change of surface flag eventually comes out at turn 4. These guys will know that the surface has changed up top there. And there's even a bit of I think there's a piece of the 113 Jaco Smith's car. The nose cone is on the front end, or just the nose barrier. It's slipping and sliding from Eric Boyens. The CIM Lubri Fuel car slides into turn 5 for the second time. That now Roy Douglas up ahead of CF Totoy. I think it may be, no, it's Yanni Geisa, Roy Douglas and CF Totoy. Yes, it is. Roy Douglas ahead of Yanni Geisa and CF Totoy as Schricks heads into turn 1 again. 5 down, 7 to go. Oh, it looks like it's wet down at turn 2. Yeah, definitely rain at turn 2 now. This is going to change up this race completely. The rain in Spain has joined us at Zwartkops eventually. And we're now under wet conditions. So what are they going to do? You can see, looking in the rearview mirror there, is Jaco Schricks. He's been in this situation on numerous occasions in the past in a single-seater. He knows what to do. There are certain parts of the track that are still dry, including turn 4, but it's getting wetter as the rain starts to come in here in the closing stages of round 1 of the Regional Extreme Festival. It's round 1, race 2 here of DOE Formula Vee, partnered by CIM Lubri Fuel. CF Totoy trying to close down now, and Roy Douglas leaving Yanni Geisa behind him. You'll see a couple of guys who've had the experience in the rain trying to use that experience, make up the grounds if they can. There's CF Totoy doing the same thing, as I was saying, closing down there onto Roy Douglas. Looks like Ernie Vermaak coming along for the ride as well, looking for a chance on Marcel Bluchnout. So, bit of a change up in terms of strategies, that's for sure. Is this going to be the ideal strategy for a couple of these guys? Try and stay out of harm's way, try and finish up on the track as opposed to sliding off it or slipping off it at the halfway stage. 6 done and 6 to go. Schricks from Peter Hills. Peter Hills from Carl Watt. Carl Watt getting through on the back marker. That, I think, was the 113 of Jaco Smith they've just gone past. Helder Gavea also about to be passed now by Sean van der Linde. Just saw that in the last part of that previous shot. Ooh, Schricks is starting to get sideways. Schricks gets a little bit out of shape there and slides into turn 5. Past the AMG Driving Academy. I think that might be Clint Weston up there as well. He's turned the lights on for us. Thanks for that, bud. As Mangaza Racing is trying to find a way through here on the slower cars. Not an easy job to be done there by Carl Watt as they start the 5th last lap. 5 to go. Schricks hangs on. Hills ahead of Watt. Carl Watt will be thinking to yourself, hang on a second, where did this come from? I'm in the top 3 overall here, fighting with the multiple champions. He was a contender for the association class last year, just losing out to Theo Vermaak, and now is in contention for an overall win in race 2 of the DOE Formula Vee. Dave Austin once again going to be caught by the leaders. This guy's showing that if you just keep the pace up, these Dunlops will still work in the wet, although it's not ideal for them. If they can just keep the heat in the rubber, they'll still work for the traction required. Looks like the rain might have stopped. It's just a little bit of a downpour that's caused a bit of chaos in this one. It certainly doesn't look like it's as slippery up top as what it was. But now back markers are the problem. And traffic is going to be a little bit of an issue here for Shreks. Behind that, keeping an eye on the progress there of Eric Boyens, trying to recover after 2 spins. He's up to 6th place ahead of Roy Douglas. He'll be looking to try and close down and get through on Helder Gavea around his outside, and also try and find some kind of way around Jaco Smit. Same thing from Douglas's point of view. He tries to find a way through. Kitty Hills flying through into turn 2, trying to close the gap down there on Jaco Shreks, who maintains the lead for now. Equidistant apart of the top 3. Can they do anything about that lead car? Jaco Shreks running for Cubed Coatings Pty Limited and looking for the second win to turn his luck around here after a bit of a hard start to the season. Heading to the top of the hill. As I said, even though Jaco Shreks had that incident, he still was able to get himself up into... Where did he finish up in that first race? Just double checking there. He finished up in 5th place. So 5 and 1 is certainly going to be a valiant effort to turn that luck around after it looked like he wasn't even going to get back on track after the big crash with Lionel Janssen. Maintaining equidistant apart of the top 3 as they start. 3 laps to go. Jaco Shreks is just on a 13.9. Unbelievable. So it looks like whatever the issues are out on track, they now seem to be coming back into top race conditions here for our leading cars. Look, they are a lot slower than what they would be on ideal dry conditions. They normally do 109s around here, but a 13.9 in the wet just shows you how well those Dunlops can work when it comes to changeable conditions. Shreks high and wide out of turn 4, but Hills is all over the back of him, and Peter Hills looks like he might be having a go here. Hills late on the brakes, but not late enough. They're coming up on the back end of Brandon Hills there. They could be... Just watching this. No, it's not Brandon Hills. It's the other bright yellow car. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that... Just waiting for the timing monitor to flick over. It's going to be Trevor Hills. Yes, it is. Trevor Hills. There he is. In the 4-4 car. 2 to go. Penultimate lap has started. And Shreks hangs on ahead of Peter Hills. Brandon had some problems right on the start. Something broke on that car as he pulled off. And he just dropped by the wayside and then had to circulate to get back into the pits. So it didn't quite go according to plan there for the man who was on the front row at the start. But Peter Hills, his dad, certainly is going absolutely incredibly here in the closing stages, and they're coming up on Clinton Kane. So with the 1.5 laps and possibly 2 cars to negotiate in terms of traffic, we heard from Dave that that number 1 plate is always a difficult one to try and retain. But Peter Hills is certainly looking for a chance here to change up his luck and possibly make his way back into the front end of this championship by the time this one finishes up. It's definitely his plan, that's for sure. Down towards G&H Transport Corner around Clinton Kane, and they'll start the final lap. Shreks and Hills. Now Hills just put in a fast lap of 12.4 in changeable conditions compared to the 12.5 from the man out front, so evenly matched between these two. We've seen a couple of weary and competitors who have taken a bit of strain through the day by the time this part of the race day comes, but these two certainly are fired up and are not going to give anything up until that checkered flag comes out. Peter Hills around the outside of turn 4 in these conditions might not be able to make that stick. Shrexy hanging onto that inside line. Not going to open up the door at all here. Puts the car right in the middle of the track, not giving any room to play there for Peter Hills whatsoever. So Shrixie's going to end up at the top end here by the looks of it. Yeah, he's going to try and hang on and beat out Peter Hills. Cube Coatings PDY Limited car going to take the victory. Mangaza Racing in second place with Peter Hills at the wheel. That's the way we do it. Shrix wins out. Peter Hills in second place. Carl Watt, take my hat off to you, brother. That's an amazing drive. Up to third place in the first time that he steps up into the official championship class. And a third place and an overall podium there for him is certainly on the cards. Great bit of reaction driving and recovery coming out of MD Bester. So that's how they'll finish up. And if I quickly run through, there's a good possibility for MD has finished in 4th. That'll give him 34. Peter Hills will finish up on 34 as well. We've got tie for the championship. MD Bester, Peter Hills will leave this unofficially, of course. I'm going to do quick mathematics in my head. Jaco Shrix with the win. Peter Hills in second. Carl Watt in third. Bester in 4th will give him 34 points. Peter Hills in second will give him 34 points. Tied for first place heading into the next round for our DOE Formula Vees, partnered with CIM Lubri Fuel. Amazing race action from them. It's what we expected, and great to see that they put on a superb performance for the new sponsors involved in this one. Congratulations once again to Sean van der Linde and to Theo Vermaak for winning out the Dunlop and ATS hampers, courtesy of the two sideline sponsors there. And amazing to have first race on board with ATS and Dunlop joining DOE, Start My Car, and of course CIM Lubri Fuel. Up next, we get into our last race of the day. It's Car Care Clinic 111 and the GD Sports and Saloons. Now here is a success story. Car Care Clinic service centers are located countrywide. We guarantee personal attention as well as the best customer care around. For all your major repair work and servicing needs, Car Care Clinic is the best. You'll be amazed at our rapid turnaround time and customer guarantee. Car Care Clinic is not just your #1 service center, we are #1 on the racetrack as well. Car Care Clinic franchises are available nationwide. Car Care Clinic, we love cars. Not quite sure if you're going to love the cars in the wet though as much as we do in the dry, but it's certainly going to turn things around here in terms of race strategies with a couple of these guys on slick tyres, and depending on what they've decided to go out on, should be an interesting way to finish up the day's proceedings at round 1 of the Regional Extreme Festival here at the International World of Motoring Zwartkops Raceway. A couple of bets in the background saying how many spins Mel Spur can have in her debut in the high school class, so she stepped up to 111s for the first time this year after 21 seasons in SuperHatch. It's great to have the lady back into this one. There she is in the middle of the shot right now in the yellow bonnet, and 2 laps behind the safety car is going to give these guys and girls an indication as to how things have changed up compared to their first race. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that production car was an all-wheel drive car. It wasn't just a rear-wheel drive car like they've got in GDCs. So has JP van der Walt got maybe a slight advantage over the rest of the pack of cars having an all-wheel drive car? Lucas Mercedes has decided, no, I'm not going to be participating in this one. It's too wet out there for the Lexus and the amount of power I've got behind that Pretoria Nut Toyota sponsored Lexus of the boss man. And he's decided to pull into pit lane as we are now lights ablaze and rain coming down here in a big way. Van der Pfeiffer has certainly got an all-wheel drive car, and he's decided he's had enough too. Maybe it's the slick tyres that they're running. He's not looking forward to that too much. I like the fact, as I said, that we've got that Engine Extreme livery on the Audi. Terry Moss Racing colours there that are running on that car, although JP van der Walt is sponsored, of course, by Platinum Wheels, his own company. Incredible car dealership that he runs. It's supercars and high-end cars that are provided to the public there from Platinum Wheels' point of view. Behind him, ACD Welcomes Leonard Archer in the Type R Civic Honda. George Economides in the turbo-powered Wealth Avenue Golf 1. And it's Car Care Clinic's Voterus Henning ahead of Chris Smith in the Porsche. Roland Hopkins. You can see the big field coming through there. Lebotsky and Mel Spur will be alongside each other. The Shield Golf 1 versus the Polo of Mel Spur. She's just up the road there from Didi Machila. So a slightly smaller field compared to what we saw. And I did also hear in the background a couple of chirps saying how many guys are actually going to go out there in the wet weather conditions. Always a risk. Particularly if you don't have semi-slicks, or at least a set of maybe some normal road going tyres that you want to throw on at this stage. It's not a bad option to run on as the Pretoria Nut Toyota peels off into pit lane and hands the start duties over to Bob Neal, who will dictate the pace alongside JP van der Walt to start the second heat of Car Care Clinic's 111 GD Sports and Saloons. Lights out and down towards turn 1 they go. Line astern, in fact. Everybody just following through. And not going to go and show too many intentions just yet. There's 8 laps of action to come your way. You don't want to be chucking it away in the first couple of corners in these tricky conditions. JP van der Walt already putting pressure onto the back end there of Bob Neal though. And I think the Porsche may have just spun out as well in the background there. So Chris Smith might have just got it out of shape there. I think it was the first Porsche of Smith that was a little bit out of shape. Mel Spur with Lebotsky trying to close things down there on the Honda. That Ballard of Rob Clark being caught now. Those two, Henning already looking to find a way through there on Voterus. Windscreen wipers flat out there on both Voterus and his stablemate, Pete Potgieter's cars. As the Repsol 93 Mark Marquez colours goes through there of Henning. Potgieter trying to come on the inside as well, and a change up for the lead. I kind of thought that might be the case. JP van der Walt possibly using the all-wheel drive ability of the Audi in these wet conditions to his advantage. Potgieter hits the front ahead of Henning, and Voterus trying to find a way through on him as well. Behind that, Michael Krobler and Roland Hopkins, Machila. Then it's Labochki, the 13 car coming through there as well, as I said, of Rob Clark, as they complete their first lap in anger. Well, it's kind of a wet anger right now. It's Van der Walt tries to hang on to the front end of this field. Conditions worsening as we're getting into this one. It's the Porsche again. Shape that Martini Racing Porsche, the number 70 machine. Getting a little bit out of shape there is Chris Smith. It's 944, of course, not the 924. That's a bit further back in the pack. But that 944 has spun twice now in these tricky conditions. Kenny Machila coming through there. The Genelec machine. And the other Porsche, of course, is the 924 version. And that's Marius Moharba who's at the wheel of that one. So that's 2, 3 and 4. Pulling away now from Potgieter in the rain. He's ahead of Henning and now ahead of Vota. Vota taking a bit of strain out there in the rainy conditions. Roland Hopkins about to dive on his inside. Looks like Machila might be coming along for the ride as well. Mel Spur tucked in behind Wayne Labochki. Oh, I wonder if there's going to be a case of Mel Spur's going to catch Vota. Imagine the flight back to Cape Town tomorrow between those two. If she gets to beat Vota on her debut in 111. She kind of touted that this morning when I saw her. She was looking forward to possibly getting through on Vota, and she's about to. Here we go. Mel Spur on the inside of Vota Rurson passes. It looks like Vota's got a problem. Vota just out there circulating at this stage. I wonder if those tyres are taking a bit of strain. He might be battling a little bit in the wet conditions. I did see the indicator go on. I wonder if he's going to be pulling in. Looks like there's a problem there. Vota Rurson with a problem on the Car Care Clinic Golf as it pulls into pit lane. Mel with the window open now, trying to get a bit of air into the cockpit so that the windscreen doesn't mist up too badly. Fortunately, she's got windscreen wipers that are working well. She's ahead there of Rob Clark, closing down on Wayne Labochki. Fluff about to be caught by Labochki. So Michael Krobler will have to keep his eyes on his rearview mirror as the two Golf 1s come up close and personal. Rob Clark closing down on the back end now of Mel Spur. Come out of turn 2 onto that back straight away. Seeing Potgieter pull away from the 111 point of view. He leads out the 111 battle ahead of Henning. And looks like it could be a change up here as well, as that 12 machine of Medium Fana goes on the inside. Fana looking for a way to get through there on Roland Hopkins. Hopkins side by side with Mfana as they head to the top of the hill. Bob Neal hanging on for second for now. He's got a very determined George Economides on his tail. And right behind him, lining up there, is the ACD Velcom Honda of Leonard Archer. Economides pulls out. Not close enough to have a go. Problem with the more powerful GT cars here in the wet is that they will battle to get the power down with the lack of traction the track is providing right now. It's going to be asking a lot from the Dunlop tyres here. They're going to have to work almost probably double time, triple time than what they normally do in the dry conditions. Bob Neal was quickest on the last pass though. He was quicker than JP van der Walt. But look at the gap that JP's got. Bob Neal heading into turn 2. JP van der Walt heading out of turn 4. That's the gap that they've got between the Audi in first place and Bob Neal in second, with Economides and Archer on his tail. And it is Pieter Potgieter, Francois Henning and Mdi Mfana, who's having a fantastic run. Possibilities of a podium here for Mfana if he stays where he is. And Archer also looking for a podium, but he's just off it at the moment in the GT class. Coming up on some back markers now. JP van der Walt will be biding his time, looking to try and pounce and get through as quickly as he can on those back markers. But to avoid incidents with them is also just as important. We've seen Chris Smith with 2 issues so far this race in the 944 Porsche. Now heading down towards the hill, George Economides pulls out of the spray. I don't think he's close enough to have a go at Bob Neal. Bob Neal just keeping him honest for now. tiptoeing around. Really is tough at these conditions with 3 to go. Completely changed up compared to what we saw in race number 1. Dry, ideal, overcast conditions, perfect for racing. Now, completely different. Michael Krobler about to be caught and passed by Mel Spur into turn number 8 as we watch Lobotsky closing on the back end. Portkita has lost out. Portkita's made a mistake. So Portkita's dropped from the lead down into 4th place. Mel Spur closing up into 6th place overall in her first time out, or second time out I should say, but first time in the rain. It's always been good in the rain, that's for sure, even in SuperHatch. Using the advantage probably of the lesser powered car there to tick through some of these quicker cars ahead. Following Lobotsky on his path to the front as Portkita gets passed by him. So Henning is the lead car in 111. There you go. The 93 Repsol Honda colours of Mark Marquez and Francois Henning leading out over Mfana and Hopkins. Those are your top 3 in the battle for what is going to be 111s. In fact, Roland Hopkins leads out Class B in that battle too. So not only is he second on the road in 111s, he's second in the 111 class, but he's first in his category of Class B. Mel Spur coming up alongside Pete Portkita as they head towards the top of the hill. Lobotsky hangs on just ahead of them. Shield Golf 1, always a good contender. Portkita might be battling with a bit of visibility, I think there. You can see from the windscreen, a bit more difficult to see Pete. And if we look through from this side, thanks Craig for that, you can actually see that's the one reason he's battling. I think visibility on Portkita's car is probably the biggest factor there as Mel Spur comes alongside him. So Mel looking for a chance now on Portkita down into turn number 8, but she's not going to chance it. This is an opportunity. She's probably going to hang on there and find a better one later on. Lobotsky, you can see he's probably trying to get a glove onto that windscreen to get a little bit of vision. Not always easy to do racing in these conditions, particularly when you don't have the ventilation in the cars to stop the windscreens from misting up. Krobler right there, so is Rob Clark. Look at that, you can see it visibly. Mel Spur's certainly got a lot more visibility out of that front windscreen than Pete Portkita's got, but Portkita trying to use his advantage of the knowledge of where the track goes. How's this? About to start his last lap. In Engine Extreme Lubricant Audi colours, running for platinum wheels, JP van der Walt. What a run here from this man. It's only, I think, the 4th time that this car has been in action behind JP van der Walt. And the first time out we saw it in just all white colours. As I said, nice little touch here from him to run in the old production car colours of Terry Moss Racing's very, very capable and championship winning teams of Michael Stephen and Chop Sapuka. Smith trying to keep the 944 on track. Back straight for JP van der Walt. Massive advantage over his second place man, Bob Neal, in the Ford Focus RS. Pete Portkita still stays ahead of Mel Spur, only just. In fact, Bob Neal looks like he may have lost out to George Economides in the closing stages there as well. So a change up for second in the GT class. Economides has moved ahead of Bob Neal. No one's going to catch this man though. Brilliant bit of driving here. Just showing his ability in a race car. He's been a top contender not only in this category, now that he's come into it, but he's also a massive contender in the Global Touring Car Super Cup class, as well as the road class of the Neisner Hill Climb. Winning that back-to-back and looking for a 3rd victory. But he's taken a victory here today for the 2nd time. And this time it's the Audi that wins out of JP van der Walt with a huge gap over the Martini Racing coloured Golf 1 of George Economides. There it is. Economides into turn 6 with Bob Neal on his tail, but I think Economides is going to hang on for this one. And this is going to be the 2 that are going to be running to the line for 2nd and 3rd place in the GT class. So Economides is going to hang on as he comes through there. Is he going to be able to possibly squeeze through there? No, he's not. Bob Neal pushes him to the line, but it's Economides who wins out. Looking for Henning now. That'll be the next car we look for. The Repsol coloured Marquez colour is definitely going to be the car we're watching for, heading towards the line. And And as they come down the hill, this is where we're going to sort things out for the 111 side of things. Lubri, Portkita. Just in their mix there was Leonard Archer. Archer comes through. Mel Spur, good drive there from her. So as we wrap up our race day here from Zwartkops, we get confirmation of our results in the top 15 anyway, waiting for that timing monitor just to flip over. JP van der Walt wins out over George Economides and Bob Neal, the top 3 there overall, and in the GT class. Francois Henning beats out Ndim Fana and Roland Hopkins ahead of Wayne Lubri, Leonard Archer, Portkita, and Mel Spur, top 10 for her first time out in what is jokingly referred to as our high school class for Mel Spur. She steps up from SuperHatch into the 111 class. Great bit of driving from all the drivers. Well done to all those drivers for keeping it on track as much as possible, and an amazing effort as always here to finish up the day's racing. Big wave there from Mel, a big wave from all of us as well. To say a massive thanks to our camera team, who of course are out there in these tricky conditions to bring you all this footage. Massive thanks to the Two Wheels TV and Up to 60 Seconds crew for bringing us all the race action today. And then also a huge thank you to our guys behind the scenes, the marshals and medics, our race control, and of course Tanya and her team from the Extreme Festival for all the day's organizational skills. We can't go racing with all those people, and we can't go racing without you guys here on our live stream as well. Massive thanks to all of you. Please pass this on to all your friends and family, and make sure that they pick up on all the race action coming your way shortly. Up next, of course, we're heading into the next part of the proceedings, and the Extreme Festival makes its way down to Cape Town for the first round of the National Championship side of things. But don't forget, we've got a couple of Extreme Festival categories that will be racing, of course, in the Kyalami 9 Hour next weekend. And that'll be, of course, on Supersport. We wish you all the very best, and thank you so much for all of your support today. From my side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.